Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell. Tap the like button and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's Chapter 1, The Discovery of Power. In the deepest archives of forgotten knowledge, where dust motes dance through shafts of amber light, lie records of humanity's greatest folly. Tonight, as silence settles around us like a gentle shroud, we venture into the story of discovery that would nearly unmake the world itself. This is the tale of the Rune Wars, and how the finding of ultimate power became the catalyst for ultimate destruction. Long before the current age, when the world was younger and magic flowed more freely through the veins of Runeterra, there existed artifacts of such immense power that they defied comprehension. These were not mere trinkets crafted by mortal hands, but fragments of creation itself, pieces of the fundamental forces that shaped reality when the world was born. They were called the World Runes, and their discovery would mark the beginning of the most devastating period in recorded history. Picture, if you will, the moment of that first discovery. A lone mage, perhaps wandering through ancient ruins or delving deep into forgotten chambers, stumbles upon something that should never have been found. The air itself seems to hum with potential as their fingers trace the intricate patterns carved into stone that pulses with inner light. This is no ordinary magical artifact. This is a fragment of the blueprint of existence itself, a shard of the power that separated light from darkness, land from sea, life from void. The world runes were not created by any civilization known to history. They were remnants from the time of creation, when the fundamental forces of the universe were still taking shape. Each rune contained within it a different aspect of reality's foundation, the power to command the elements, to reshape matter itself, to bend time and space to one's will. They were tools that had been used to craft the very fabric of Runeterra, and now they lay scattered across the world, waiting to be found by those who would not understand their true nature. The first recorded discovery occurred in what would later become the Kingdom of Demacia, though the land bore a different name then. A group of scholars and mages, exploring the ruins of a civilization that had vanished without trace, uncovered a chamber deep beneath the earth. Within that chamber, nestled in a depression carved from a single piece of crystal, lay a rune that glowed with the soft blue light of captured starfire. As the lead scholar reached out to touch the artifact, the very air around them began to change. Reality seemed more malleable in the presence of the rune, as if the fundamental laws that governed existence had become suggestions rather than absolutes. The scholar's simple desire to understand the artifact's nature caused flowers to bloom from solid stone, water to flow upward in spiraling torrents, and the chamber itself to expand and contract like a breathing lung. Word of the discovery spread quickly through the networks of learning that connected the various kingdoms and city-states of that ancient time. Scholars, mages, and rulers all sought to understand what had been found, but understanding proved to be a dangerous pursuit. Each attempt to study the rune revealed new layers of its power, and with each revelation came the intoxicating realization that whoever possessed such an artifact could reshape the world according to their will. The first experiments were cautious, almost reverent. The scholars who had discovered the rune treated it with the respect due to something beyond mortal comprehension. They built careful safeguards around their research, establishing protocols to ensure that the artifact's power would never be misused. They understood, perhaps better than those who came after, that they were dealing with forces that could easily spiral beyond any hope of control. But knowledge, once revealed, cannot be contained forever. Other ruins were explored, other chambers discovered. More world runes emerged from their hiding places, each one unique in its particular aspect of power, each one representing a different fundamental force of creation. The rune of inspiration could spark innovation and creativity beyond mortal limits. The rune of domination could bend wills and reshape minds. The rune of precision could grant perfect understanding and flawless execution of any task. As news of these discoveries spread, the careful reverence of the first scholars began to give way to something far more dangerous: ambition. Rulers looked upon the world runes and saw the power to expand their kingdoms beyond all previous boundaries. Military leaders envisioned armies that could reshape battlefields with a thought. Mages dreamed of unlocking the deepest secrets of magic itself, of ascending to heights of power that would make them equals to the gods. The transformation was gradual at first. Individual kingdoms began to seek out their own world runes, mounting expeditions to distant lands in search of the ancient ruins that might contain these artifacts of ultimate power. What had begun as scholarly research evolved into a race for supremacy, as each nation sought to claim as many runes as possible before their rivals could do the same. The balance of power that had existed between the various kingdoms of Runeterra began to shift dramatically. Those who possessed world runes found themselves capable of achievements that bordered on the miraculous. Crops grew in abundance, even in the harshest climates. Armies could march across vast distances without fatigue. Cities rose from barren ground in a matter of days, their construction guided by power that made the impossible mundane. Yet with each use of the world runes, something fundamental began to change in those who wielded them. The artifacts were not merely tools to be used and set aside, they were fragments of creation itself, and prolonged exposure to their power left marks upon both body and soul. Mages who worked closely with the runes began to exhibit changes that went beyond the physical. Their understanding of reality became fluid, their perception of cause and effect altered in ways that made them increasingly alien to ordinary mortals. The world runes demanded a price for their power, though that price was not always immediately apparent. They fed upon the life force and will of those who used them, slowly transforming their wielders into something that was no longer entirely human. Some scholars theorized that the runes were not merely tools but living entities in their own right, conscious fragments of creation that sought to reclaim their original purpose by reshaping the world through mortal hands. As more runes were discovered, and their power became better understood, the careful protocols established by the first scholars began to erode. The intoxicating nature of the artifacts made restraint increasingly difficult. Why limit oneself to small, careful uses of power when the runes offered the ability to reshape entire landscapes? Why accept the slow progress of conventional magic when ultimate power lay within reach? The seeds of the catastrophe that would follow were sown in these early days of discovery. Each use of a world rune made the next use easier to justify. Each success bred confidence that the power could be controlled, that the wielder was wise enough and strong enough to avoid the pitfalls that had claimed others. The very nature of the runes encouraged this hubris, as their power made those who used them feel invincible, capable of overcoming any obstacle through sheer force of will. Nations that had once cooperated in the pursuit of knowledge began to view each other with suspicion and fear. The presence of world runes in neighboring kingdoms represented an existential threat that could not be ignored. Treaties that had lasted for generations crumbled as rulers calculated the military advantages that the artifacts might provide to potential enemies. The delicate web of alliances and agreements that had maintained peace across Runeterra began to unravel. The transformation of the world runes from objects of study to instruments of policy marked a critical turning point in the history of Runeterra. What had begun as humanity's greatest discovery was becoming the foundation for humanity's greatest folly. The very power that could have elevated civilization to unprecedented heights was instead becoming the catalyst for a conflict that would nearly destroy everything that had been built over millennia of progress. As you settle into the comfort of rest tonight, perhaps you might consider the weight of discovery itself. When we uncover something of immense power, something that could change the very foundations of our world, how do we find the wisdom to use it responsibly rather than being consumed by its potential? Chapter 2: Seeds of Ambition. In the halls of power where whispered words carry the weight of destiny, ambition takes root like wildfire in dry grass. Tonight, we delve deeper into the growing hunger that consumed the hearts of rulers and mages alike, as the discovery of the world runes transformed from scholarly wonder into the most coveted prize in all of Runeterra. This is the story of how noble intentions gave way to consuming desire, and how the seeds of catastrophe were planted in the fertile soil of mortal ambition. The change did not happen overnight. In the early years following the first discoveries, there remained a sense of shared wonder among the various kingdoms and scholarly institutions of Runeterra. The world runes were viewed as treasures belonging to all of humanity, artifacts that could unlock the deepest mysteries of existence and elevate civilization to heights previously unimaginable. Conferences were held where researchers shared their findings, and protocols were established for the safe study and use of these incredible relics. But human nature, with all its flaws and desires, could not long resist the allure of ultimate power. The first cracks in the cooperative spirit appeared when the kingdom of Vorthok, a nation that had contributed significantly to the early research, began to restrict access to the world rune in their possession. Their scholars argued that the artifact was too dangerous to be studied by multiple parties simultaneously, that centralized research would yield better results while minimizing the risk of accidents. King Aldous of Vorthok was not an evil man by any measure. History remembers him as a ruler who genuinely cared for his people and sought to improve their lives through the careful application of knowledge and resources. Yet even good intentions can become twisted when filtered through the intoxicating influence of power beyond mortal comprehension. The world rune in Vorthok's possession was the Rune of Abundance, capable of ensuring that crops grew thick and harvests were bountiful even in the harshest conditions. The initial applications of the rune's power seemed entirely benevolent. Famines that had plagued the region for decades became a memory as the rune's influence spread across Vorthok's agricultural lands. Trade flourished as the kingdom became a reliable source of food for neighboring nations. The population grew and prospered, and King Aldous was hailed as a visionary leader who had unlocked the secret to permanent prosperity. Yet prosperity breeds its own form of corruption. As Vorthok's influence grew through their control of food production, neighboring kingdoms found themselves increasingly dependent on the rune-enhanced crops that only Vorthok could provide. What had begun as generous trade agreements gradually became tools of political leverage. The kingdom that controlled abundance could dictate terms to those who faced scarcity. Other nations watched Vorthok's rise with growing unease. The Grand Duchy of Merthir, which had long prided itself on its military prowess, began to view their neighbors' economic dominance as a threat to their own security. Duke Cassian, a veteran of countless border skirmishes, understood that wars were won as much through supply lines as through strategy. A kingdom that could feed unlimited armies while starving its enemies possessed an advantage that traditional military might could not overcome. The duchy's response was swift and decisive. Expeditions were mounted to locate their own world rune, funded by the considerable wealth that Merthir had accumulated through centuries of successful military campaigns. The Duke's scholars were tasked with studying ancient texts and maps, searching for any clue that might lead to the discovery of an artifact that could match Vorthok's agricultural advantage. Fortune favored the determined, and within 2 years of beginning their search, Merthir's expeditions uncovered the Rune of Dominion buried beneath the ruins of an ancient fortress. This particular world rune carried within it the power to enhance military capabilities beyond mortal limits, armies that marched faster and farther without fatigue, weapons that struck with impossible precision, fortifications that could withstand any siege. The discovery of the Rune of Dominion marked the beginning of an arms race that would ultimately consume all of Runeterra. Duke Cassian's initial use of the artifact seemed reasonable and measured. Border disputes that had simmered for generations were resolved through demonstrations of overwhelming military superiority that made actual combat unnecessary. The duchy's enhanced forces served as peacekeepers, their mere presence sufficient to deter aggression and maintain stability. But the balance of power had shifted, and other nations could not ignore the implications. The free cities of the eastern coast, a confederation of merchant states that had thrived through trade and diplomacy, found themselves caught between two powers that each possessed capabilities far beyond conventional means. Their response was to pool their considerable resources and launch the most extensive archaeological expedition in recorded history. The Eastern Coast expedition was led by Archmagus Valoria, a scholar whose understanding of ancient magical theory was unmatched in her generation. Where previous searches had relied on luck and general exploration, Valoria approached the quest for world runes with systematic precision. She studied the patterns of previous discoveries, analyzed the magical resonances that emanated from known rune sites, and developed theories about where other artifacts might be hidden. Her methodical approach yielded spectacular results. Within 5 years, the Eastern Coast Confederation had located not one but 3 world runes, each representing a different aspect of creation's power. The Rune of Knowledge granted perfect understanding of any subject upon which it was focused. The Rune of Inspiration sparked innovation and creativity that pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible. The Rune of Resolve strengthened the will and determination of those within its influence, making them capable of achieving seemingly impossible goals. With 3 world runes under their control, the free cities transformed virtually overnight from a collection of trading posts into the most advanced civilization Runeterra had ever seen. Their scholars unlocked secrets of magic and technology that had been lost for millennia. Their artisans created works of beauty and utility that seemed to blur the line between craft and miracle. Their merchants developed new forms of commerce that connected distant lands through networks of trade that spanned continents. The success of the Eastern Coast Confederation sent shockwaves through the established order of Runeterra. Nations that had considered themselves the pinnacles of civilization found themselves rendered obsolete by societies that wielded the fundamental forces of creation itself. The careful balance of power that had maintained relative peace for centuries crumbled as each kingdom realized that survival itself might depend on acquiring their own world runes. The race for the remaining artifacts became increasingly desperate and competitive. Diplomatic missions that had once focused on trade and cultural exchange were now thinly veiled intelligence-gathering operations seeking any information that might lead to new discoveries. Ancient ruins that had been ignored for generations became the sites of frantic excavation as nations competed to uncover whatever secrets they might contain. Scholarly cooperation, which had been the foundation of early world rune research, gave way to jealous secrecy. Research findings that had once been shared freely were now classified as state secrets. Magical techniques developed through the study of the runes became closely guarded advantages that could mean the difference between a nation's prosperity and its destruction. The transformation of the world runes from objects of wonder into instruments of national power fundamentally altered the character of those who wielded them. Rulers who had once been guided by wisdom and restraint found themselves making decisions based on the capabilities that the artifacts provided rather than the principles that had previously governed their actions. The very presence of such immense power seemed to warp the judgment of even the most moral leaders. King Uldas of Vorthek, who had begun his use of the Rune of Abundance with the noble goal of feeding his people, gradually expanded his definition of appropriate usage. Why should other nations struggle with famine when Vorthek possessed the power to feed the world? Surely it was not only his right, but his responsibility to use the rune's power to impose agricultural stability on neighboring lands, whether they requested such intervention or not. Duke Cassian of Merthyr followed a similar progression, justifying increasingly aggressive uses of the Rune of Dominion as necessary measures to maintain peace and stability. Border disputes were settled through overwhelming displays of force that left no room for negotiation. Trade agreements were enforced through the implicit threat of military action. The Duke convinced himself that he was preventing larger conflicts by ensuring that smaller disputes were resolved quickly and decisively. Archmagus, Valoria, and the leadership of the Eastern Coast Confederation took a different but equally concerning approach. Their 3 world runes provided them with capabilities that seemed to place them above the concerns of ordinary mortals. Why should they be bound by the same limitations and restrictions that governed less enlightened societies? Their advanced understanding and capabilities gave them not only the power, but the responsibility to guide the development of civilization itself. Each group of world rune wielders developed their own justifications for why their use of the artifacts was not only appropriate but necessary. They convinced themselves that they were the responsible guardians of power, too great for lesser minds to comprehend. They argued that their enhanced capabilities came with enhanced responsibilities that required them to take actions that others might not understand or approve of. The corruption was subtle but inexorable. The world runes did not transform their wielders into monsters overnight, but rather gradually eroded the moral constraints that had previously governed their behavior. Each use of the artifacts made the next use easier to justify. Each success bred confidence that the power could be controlled and directed for benevolent purposes. Each victory convinced the wielders that they had found the key to solving problems that had plagued humanity for millennia. Yet beneath the surface of prosperity and advancement, tensions continued to build. The same capabilities that allowed each nation to achieve unprecedented success also represented existential threats to their neighbors. The Rune of Abundance could feed armies of any size, but it could also be used to create famines in enemy territory. The Rune of Dominion could maintain peace through superior military force, but it could also be used to conquer and subjugate neighboring lands. The Eastern Coast's combination of knowledge, inspiration, and resolve granted them the ability to solve any problem, but it also gave them the power to remake other societies according to their own vision of perfection. As the nations of Runeterra grew more powerful and more confident in their abilities, they also grew more suspicious of each other's intentions. The delicate web of treaties and agreements that had maintained peace began to strain under the weight of capabilities that made traditional diplomacy seem obsolete. Why negotiate when you possessed the power to simply impose your will? Why compromise when you could achieve total victory? The stage was being set for a conflict unlike any that Runeterra had ever seen. The world runes had elevated their wielders to heights of power that made them feel invincible, but they had also created a situation where each nation's security depended on ensuring that their rivals did not become too powerful. The very artifacts that could have elevated all of civilization had instead become the seeds of its potential destruction. As you contemplate the quiet of this evening, consider how easily noble intentions can become twisted when combined with unlimited power. What safeguards might we establish in our own lives to ensure that our capabilities serve our principles, rather than our principles being shaped by our capabilities? Chapter 3. The First Conflicts. In the twilight hours when shadows lengthen and the world holds its breath, we witness the moment when tension transforms into action, when suspicion erupts into violence. Tonight we explore how the growing ambitions surrounding the world runes finally spilled over into the first conflicts of what would become the most devastating war in Runeterra's history. These were not yet the reality-shattering battles that would later scar the world, but rather the tentative first steps toward an abyss that none could yet imagine. The spark that ignited the first conflict came from an unexpected source, not from the major powers that possessed world runes, but from a smaller nation that had been excluded from the growing circle of enhanced civilizations. The kingdom of Kalos had once been a prosperous trading partner to all the great powers, their strategic location making them valuable allies, and their skilled craftsmen producing goods that were sought after across Runeterra. But as the world rune-enhanced nations grew in power and capability, Kalos found itself increasingly marginalized. Vorthak's agricultural abundance made Kalos's carefully cultivated farmlands seem primitive and inefficient. Murther's enhanced military capabilities rendered Kalos's traditional defensive strategies obsolete. The Eastern Coast's advanced magical innovations made the kingdom's artisans feel like children playing with toys. King Theron of Kalos was a proud man who had inherited a kingdom built on centuries of careful diplomacy and skilled craftsmanship. He watched with growing alarm as his nation's relevance diminished with each passing season. Trade agreements that had lasted for generations were terminated as the enhanced powers found they could produce everything they needed through the application of world rune magic. Defensive pacts became meaningless when potential threats possessed capabilities that conventional armies could not hope to counter. The breaking point came during what historians would later call the incident at Copper Falls. A merchant caravan from Kalos had been traveling through disputed border territory that lay between Vorthak and Merthir when it was caught in a demonstration of world rune power. Duke Cassian had been using the Rune of Dominion to project his military capabilities as a warning to Vorthak, creating a display of force that involved reshaping the very landscape to demonstrate what his enhanced armies could accomplish. The caravan, unfortunately, was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The rune's power, channeled through Merthir's forces, transformed the rocky terrain into a perfectly defensible fortress in a matter of minutes. The merchant wagons and their guards found themselves trapped within walls that had sprung from the earth itself, their horses panicking at the unnatural transformation of familiar ground into something alien and threatening. No lives were lost in the incident, but the message was clear. The enhanced powers could reshape the world around them with casual ease, and ordinary mortals caught in their path were of no more concern than insects in a farmer's field. King Theron demanded an explanation and reparations for the disruption to his kingdom's trade, but his protests were dismissed with polite indifference. What concern were the complaints of a conventional kingdom to powers that could remake reality itself? The dismissive response to Kalos's legitimate grievances revealed the growing arrogance of the world rune wielders. They had become so accustomed to their enhanced capabilities that they no longer considered themselves bound by the same rules that governed interactions between ordinary nations. Their power had elevated them above such mundane concerns as diplomatic protocol and international law. King Theron's response was born of desperation rather than wisdom. If conventional diplomacy could not secure his kingdom's rights, then perhaps unconventional methods would prove more effective. He authorized a secret mission to locate and claim a world rune for Kalos, reasoning that only by joining the ranks of the enhanced powers could his nation hope to secure its future. The mission was led by Sir Marcus Ironhold, Kalos's most skilled knight and a man renowned for his tactical brilliance. Working with limited resources and facing competition from far wealthier expeditions, Sir Marcus relied on cunning and determination to locate what others had missed. His team focused on sites that had been overlooked by the major powers, smaller ruins that seemed unlikely to contain such valuable artifacts. Their persistence was rewarded when they discovered the Rune of Wrath buried beneath a forgotten battlefield where ancient armies had clashed in wars whose causes had been lost to time. The artifact pulsed with dark energy that spoke of conflict and vengeance, of the primal fury that drives mortals to destroy everything they cannot possess. It was perhaps the most dangerous of all the world runes, for it amplified not wisdom or creativity, but the destructive impulses that lurk within every heart. Sir Marcus felt the rune's influence the moment his gauntleted hand touched its surface. Rage flooded through him, not his own anger, but a cosmic fury that seemed to encompass all the injustices and humiliations that had ever been suffered by the powerless at the hands of the mighty. For a brief moment, he understood what it meant to possess the power to right every wrong through the simple application of overwhelming force. The knight's training and discipline allowed him to resist the rune's immediate influence, but the artifact's presence began to change him even as he carried it back to Kalos. Each slight, each dismissive comment from representatives of the enhanced powers, each reminder of his kingdom's diminished status fed the growing fire that the rune kindled within his heart. By the time he reached the capital, Sir Marcus had become something more and less than the man who had departed on the mission. King Theron's first use of the Rune of Wrath was intended as a demonstration rather than an act of war. He chose to target a border outpost that Merthir had established in territory that Kalos claimed as its own. The Duke's forces had built the outpost using the Rune of Dominion's power, creating fortifications that seemed impregnable to conventional assault. It was a deliberate provocation, a symbol of how the enhanced powers could simply take what they wanted without regard for established law or custom. The attack came without warning in the pre-dawn hours, when the mist still clung to the valleys, and the world was wrapped in grey silence. Sir Marcus led a force of barely 200 knights against fortifications that housed 3 times that number of Merthyr's enhanced soldiers. By all conventional military logic, the assault should have been a disaster that ended with the complete destruction of Kalos's forces. Instead, the Rune of Wrath transformed the attacking knights into instruments of destruction that defied all rational explanation. Their weapons struck with the force of thunderbolts, shattering stone and steel as if they were made of clay. Their armor turned aside blows that should have felled them, while their horses charged across terrain that should have been impassable. Most unnaturally of all, fear seemed to have abandoned them entirely, replaced by a cold fury that made them capable of continuing their assault even when wounded nearly unto death. The outpost fell within an hour, its supposedly impregnable walls reduced to rubble by an attack that seemed to violate every principle of military strategy. The survivors spoke in hushed tones of knights who fought like demons, whose eyes burned with an inner fire that seemed to come from some realm beyond mortal understanding. Duke Cassian's enhanced soldiers, accustomed to their own supernatural advantages, found themselves facing an enemy that matched their capabilities through entirely different means. The fall of the outpost sent shockwaves through all the enhanced powers. For the first time since the discovery of the world runes, one of their advantages had been directly challenged and defeated. The comfortable assumption that their enhanced capabilities made them invulnerable to conventional threats was shattered in a single morning's work by a kingdom they had dismissed as irrelevant. Merthyr's response was swift and overwhelming. Duke Cassian, his pride wounded by the unexpected defeat, assembled an army enhanced by the full power of the Rune of Dominion and marched on Kalos's capital. His forces moved with supernatural speed and coordination, covering distances that should have taken weeks in a matter of days. The very earth seemed to reshape itself to ease their passage, while their weapons and armor gleamed with an inner light that spoke of power beyond mortal crafting. King Theron met them at the Battle of Thornfield, a stretch of rolling countryside that had once been known for its peaceful beauty. The conflict that followed would forever change the nature of warfare on Runeterra, for it was the first direct confrontation between armies enhanced by world rune magic. The very landscape bore witness to powers that reshaped reality according to the will of their wielders. Sir Marcus led the charge once again, the Rune of Wrath transforming his knights into harbingers of destruction that carved through Merthyr's enhanced forces like a sword through silk. But Duke Cassian's army possessed advantages that mere fury could not overcome. Their weapons never missed their targets, their formations moved with perfect coordination, and their resolve never wavered even in the face of supernatural opposition. The battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights, neither side able to claim decisive victory despite losses that would have ended any conventional conflict. The Rune of Wrath drove Kalos's forces to heights of berserker fury that made them nearly unstoppable in direct combat, but the Rune of Dominion granted Merthyr's army tactical advantages that allowed them to avoid the worst of their enemy's assault, while systematically weakening their opponents through superior strategy and coordination. On the 4th dawn, as both armies stood exhausted and bloodied, but still ready to continue the fight, a new factor entered the conflict. Archmagus Valoria arrived with a small delegation from the Eastern Coast Confederation, bearing a banner of parley and a proposal that would forever change the nature of the growing crisis. The Archmagus had been observing the battle from a distance, using the Rune of Knowledge to analyze the capabilities that both sides displayed. What she saw convinced her that the conflict between Kalos and Merthyr was merely the beginning of something far more dangerous. The world runes were not merely enhancing their wielders' capabilities, they were fundamentally altering the nature of conflict itself, creating situations where conventional victory became impossible because both sides possessed advantages that canceled each other out. Her proposal was elegant in its simplicity and terrifying in its implications. Rather than allowing the various world rune wielders to exhaust themselves in an endless series of conflicts that none could truly win, Why not establish a new order based on cooperation between the enhanced powers? The conventional kingdoms like Kalos could be brought into this new system as junior partners, their territories administered by those with the wisdom and capability to use world rune power responsibly. The proposal was presented as a path to peace, but its true nature was the formalization of a new hierarchy based entirely on magical power. Those who possessed world runes would become the rulers of the new order, while those who lacked such artifacts would be relegated to the status of subjects, their autonomy sacrificed in the name of stability and progress. King Theron's rejection of the proposal was immediate and absolute. He had not fought to free his kingdom from the dominance of the enhanced powers only to accept formal subjugation in their place. Duke Cassian, his pride still stinging from the unexpected resistance he had encountered, was equally unwilling to accept any arrangement that legitimized challenges to his authority. But the seeds of a larger conflict had been planted. The Battle of Thornfield had demonstrated that World Rune-enhanced forces could be matched by other World Rune-enhanced forces, but only at the cost of destruction that threatened to consume everything around them. The careful balance of power that had maintained relative peace was collapsing, and each side was beginning to realize that their security might depend on ensuring that their rivals possessed no power at all. As you settle into the comfort of rest, consider how quickly misunderstanding can escalate into violence when pride and fear cloud judgment. What role does humility play in preventing conflicts that might otherwise spiral beyond all hope of peaceful resolution? Chapter 4: Escalation Beyond Control. In the depths of night, when reason sleeps and passion rules the heart, we witness how small flames can become conflagrations that consume entire worlds. Tonight, we explore the tragic transformation of isolated conflicts into something far more terrible, the moment when the wielders of world runes realized that their power had grown beyond their ability to control it. This is the story of how what began as territorial disputes evolved into a war that threatened the very fabric of reality itself. The aftermath of the Battle of Thornfield sent ripples of unease across every nation in Runeterra. For the first time, the enhanced powers had demonstrated their willingness to use world rune magic in direct military confrontation, and the results had been both spectacular and terrifying. The very landscape where the battle had been fought bore permanent scars, areas where the earth had been fused into glass by supernatural heat, groves where the trees had grown into impossible spirals under the influence of reality-warping magic, and pools of water that flowed upward in defiance of natural law. King Aldous of Vorthak, who had thus far used his rune of abundance only for peaceful purposes, found himself forced to reconsider his position. The violence at Thornfield had demonstrated that restraint was not necessarily mutual among the world rune wielders. If his neighbors were willing to wage war using the fundamental forces of creation, then his own peaceful kingdom might be nothing more than an easy target for those with fewer scruples. The transformation of Vorthak's policies began subtly, almost imperceptibly. The kingdom's abundant harvests, which had previously been shared generously with trading partners, became subject to increasingly strict conditions. Nations that wished to purchase Vorthak's rune-enhanced crops were required to sign detailed agreements that included military cooperation clauses and territorial concessions. What had once been simple commerce became a web of obligations that bound Vorthak's customers ever more tightly to the kingdom's interests. When the mountain kingdom of Drakmor refused to accept these new terms, King Aldous demonstrated that the Rune of Abundance could be used for purposes other than prosperity. The same power that could make crops grow in the harshest conditions could also cause them to wither and die. Drakmor's harvests failed completely over 3 consecutive seasons, and the proud mountain folk found themselves facing starvation unless they accepted Vorthak's increasingly demanding terms. The weapon of famine proved devastatingly effective. Unlike military conquest, which could be resisted through force of arms, agricultural manipulation left no clear enemy to fight. The crops simply failed, the livestock sickened and died, and the very soil seemed to lose its fertility. Drakmor's attempts to seek aid from other nations were frustrated by their own dependence on Vorthak's enhanced agriculture. No kingdom could afford to antagonize the source of their food security for the sake of a distant mountain realm. Duke Cassian of Merthyr watched Vorthak's expansion of influence with growing alarm. His own kingdom had relied heavily on the agricultural abundance that Vorthak provided, but the recent demonstration of that power being used as a weapon forced him to reconsider his position. If Vorthak could starve Drakmor into submission, what was to prevent them from doing the same to any kingdom that opposed their will? The Duke's response was to expand his own use of the Rune of Dominion beyond mere military enhancement. If Vorthak could control others through their dependence on food, then Merthyr would ensure its independence through the application of superior force. The duchy's enhanced armies began a systematic campaign of territorial expansion, justified as necessary security measures to protect against the growing threat posed by their neighbors' world rune capabilities. The expansion began with the annexation of several small border territories that had historically served as neutral buffers between the major powers. The Duke argued that these lands were too strategically important to remain in the hands of rulers who lacked the power to defend them properly. Better that they should be administered by those with the capability to ensure their security and prosperity. The enhanced forces that Merthyr deployed made resistance futile. Armies that might have held defensive positions for months were overrun in hours by soldiers who moved with supernatural coordination and struck with impossible precision. Fortifications that had stood for centuries crumbled before weapons that seemed to ignore the normal limitations of siege warfare. Most demoralizing of all, the very landscape seemed to cooperate with the invading forces, as the Rune of Dominion shaped terrain to favor Merthyr's tactical advantages. Archmagus Valoria and the Eastern Coast Confederation initially attempted to maintain their position as neutral observers, using their combination of knowledge, inspiration, and resolve to analyze the growing crisis and propose solutions. But neutrality became increasingly difficult to maintain as both Vorthak and Merthyr began to view the Confederation's enhanced capabilities as potential threats that could tip the balance of power in favor of their rivals. The Confederation's first direct involvement in the escalating conflicts came when refugees from the annexed territories began fleeing toward the eastern coast cities, seeking sanctuary from the wars that were consuming their homelands. The Archmagus found herself facing a moral dilemma that would have profound consequences for the future of Runeterra. The refugees brought with them stories of world rune, power being used in ways that violated every principle of civilized warfare. Entire communities had been transformed overnight, their inhabitants subjected to magical alterations that made them more compliant and easier to govern. Landscapes had been reshaped to eliminate traditional hiding places and defensive positions, leaving populations completely vulnerable to the enhanced forces that now ruled their territories. Using the Rune of Knowledge, Archmagus Valoria was able to verify the truth of these accounts and understand their full implications. The world runes were not simply enhancing their wielders' capabilities. They were fundamentally altering the nature of power itself, creating possibilities for control and domination that had never before existed in the history of civilization. Her response was to propose the establishment of sanctuary cities along the eastern coast, protected by the Confederation's own world rune capabilities and open to all refugees, regardless of their origins or allegiances. It seemed like a humanitarian gesture, but it had the practical effect of drawing the Confederation directly into the growing conflict. Both Vorthak and Merthyr viewed the sanctuary cities as unacceptable challenges to their authority. If populations could simply flee to the eastern coast whenever they disagreed with the new order being imposed upon them, then the effectiveness of world rune-based governance would be severely undermined. The Confederation's interference threatened to undo everything that the other powers had worked to achieve. King Theron of Kalos, meanwhile, had been using the Rune of Wrath to transform his kingdom into something that bore little resemblance to its former self. The artifact's influence had spread far beyond the military, permeating every aspect of Kalos society and creating a culture of righteous fury that viewed compromise as weakness and moderation as betrayal. The knights who had fought at Thornfield had become the core of a new order that saw conflict not as a regrettable necessity, but as a purifying force that revealed truth through the crucible of combat. Under the rune's influence, they developed a philosophy that justified any action taken in pursuit of what they perceived as justice, regardless of the consequences for innocent bystanders. This philosophy led to the first use of world rune power against civilian populations, when Kalos launched what they called the cleansing of Mareth Valley. The valley had been home to a community of scholars and artisans who had attempted to remain neutral in the growing conflicts, focusing on their research and craftsmanship, while the world around them descended into chaos. Sir Marcus, now completely transformed by his exposure to the Rune of Wrath, led a force that systematically destroyed every settlement in the valley. The inhabitants were not killed outright but rather subjected to the rune's influence until they either embraced the philosophy of righteous fury or fled into the wilderness. The valley's libraries were burned, its workshops demolished, and its fields salted to ensure that nothing could grow there again. The justification for this destruction was that neutrality itself was a form of collaboration with injustice. In a world where some possessed the power to reshape reality, while others suffered under conventional limitations, there could be no innocent bystanders. Every person who was not actively working to overthrow the existing order was complicit in maintaining it. The cleansing of Mareth Valley marked a critical turning point in the escalating conflicts. For the first time, world rune power had been used not to achieve military objectives, but to enforce ideological conformity. The implications were clear to all who witnessed the aftermath. The enhanced powers were no longer content to simply defeat their enemies, but sought to remake the world according to their own vision of how it should be ordered. The other world rune wielders watched the destruction with growing alarm, not because they disagreed with the use of such power, but because they recognized the precedent it established. If Kalos could justify the complete destruction of a neutral community in the name of ideological purity, then what was to prevent the other powers from taking similar actions against any population that failed to meet their standards? The fear of being subjected to similar treatment drove the remaining unconventional kingdoms to desperate measures. Alliances were formed between traditional enemies, united only by their shared vulnerability to world rune-enhanced aggression. Ancient treasuries were emptied to fund expeditions, seeking any artifact that might provide protection against the growing threat. Diplomatic missions were sent to the most remote corners of Runeterra, seeking allies among peoples who had previously been considered too primitive or isolated to matter. These desperate measures yielded unexpected results when a coalition of smaller kingdoms succeeded in locating 2 more world runes hidden in sites that the major powers had overlooked. The Rune of Preservation, discovered in the frozen wastes of the far north, granted the ability to protect anything from change or destruction. The Rune of Unity, found in the ruins of an ancient temple, could bind separate entities together into a single collective consciousness. The discovery of these new artifacts completely altered the balance of power that had been emerging. Suddenly, the conventional kingdoms possessed the means to defend themselves against world rune-enhanced aggression, but at the cost of fundamentally altering their own nature. The Rune of Preservation could protect them from conquest, but only by freezing their societies in unchanging stasis. The Rune of Unity could give them the coordination needed to resist enhanced forces, but only by sacrificing the individual autonomy that they had been fighting to preserve. The stage was now set for a conflict that would involve not just competing armies but competing visions of what civilization itself should become. Each faction possessed the power to reshape reality according to their own philosophy, but none possessed the wisdom to understand the full consequences of using such power. The world runes had given them the ability to achieve anything they could imagine, but they had not provided the wisdom to imagine responsibly. As the various powers began to prepare for what all recognized would be a decisive confrontation, the very foundations of reality began to strain under the weight of so much concentrated magical force. The world runes were fragments of creation itself, never meant to be used simultaneously in close proximity. Their combined influence was beginning to create distortions in the fabric of existence that threatened consequences far beyond anything that their wielders intended or could control. The point of no return was rapidly approaching. though none of the participants fully understood what they were rushing toward. Each faction believed that one final demonstration of overwhelming force would compel their rivals to accept the new order that they sought to impose. None realized that the very act of using so much world rune power simultaneously would unleash forces that would make the concept of victory meaningless. As you rest in the peaceful quiet of this evening, perhaps consider how the pursuit of security through strength can become a cycle that ultimately destroys what we seek to protect. When does the medicine become more dangerous than the disease it was meant to cure? Chapter 5. The Unleashing. In the darkest hour before dawn, when the veil between worlds grows thin and possibility bleeds through reality's wounds, we witness the moment when mortal ambition shattered the very foundations of existence. Tonight, we stand at the precipice of the great catastrophe, watching as the wielders of world runes made the choice that would transform their conflicts from mere warfare into an apocalyptic reshaping of reality itself. This is the story of the unleashing when the fragments of creation were turned against creation itself. The final convergence began on the plains of Karvith, a vast expanse of grassland that had served as neutral territory between the warring powers. It was here that representatives from all factions had agreed to meet, for what everyone understood would be the last attempt at peaceful resolution before total war consumed Runeterra. The irony was not lost on historians that humanity's greatest catastrophe would begin at a gathering intended to prevent it. Archmagus Valoria arrived first, her delegation protected by the combined power of 3 world runes that created a shimmering barrier of pure knowledge around their encampment. The runes of knowledge, inspiration, and resolve worked in harmony to grant her party perfect understanding of their situation, unlimited creativity in seeking solutions, and unwavering determination to see their mission through to completion. King Aldous of Vorthak came next, his retinue surrounded by an aura of abundance that made the very ground beneath their feet burst forth with flowers and grain. The rune of abundance had transformed his followers into beings who radiated prosperity and plenty, their presence causing food to appear spontaneously and water to flow from barren ground. Duke Cassian of Merthyr arrived with a force that moved like a single organism, their coordination so perfect that they seemed to share a collective mind. The rune of dominion had enhanced their military capabilities, to the point where individual soldiers had become extensions of a single strategic intelligence that could anticipate and counter any threat with supernatural precision. King Theron of Kalos brought with him an honor guard, whose eyes burned with inner fire, and whose weapons hummed with barely contained fury. The rune of wrath had transformed them into avatars of righteous anger, their very presence causing the air to shimmer with heat and the ground to crack beneath their feet. The coalition of smaller kingdoms arrived last, their representatives bearing the protective power of the rune of preservation and the collective consciousness granted by the rune of unity. They moved as one mind in many bodies, their individual personalities subsumed into a gestalt intelligence that could think and act with perfect coordination. As the delegations established their camps around the designated meeting ground, the very air began to thrum with magical energy. 7 world runes, each representing a fundamental aspect of creation's power, had never before been brought into such close proximity. The artifacts' combined influence created distortions in reality that made the natural world behave in increasingly erratic ways. The negotiations themselves were doomed from the beginning. Each faction had come not to seek compromise, but to demand capitulation from their rivals. The world runes had given them power beyond mortal comprehension, and that power had convinced each group that they alone possessed the wisdom and capability necessary to guide civilization's future. Archmagus Valoria opened the discussions by presenting what she called the rational solution, a detailed plan for reorganizing all of Runeterra, according to principles derived from perfect knowledge and unlimited inspiration. Under her proposal, the Eastern Coast Confederation would serve as a council of philosopher kings, using their enhanced wisdom to make decisions for the benefit of all humanity. King Aldous countered with the natural order, arguing that Vorthak's control of food production made them the logical leaders of any new civilization. His plan would divide the world into agricultural zones, administered by those with the power to ensure eternal abundance, while other nations would serve as specialized communities focused on particular crafts or services. Duke Cassian rejected both proposals in favor of the disciplined hierarchy, a military organization that would bring order and stability to a chaotic world through the application of superior strategic thinking and coordinated action. Under his system, Merthir would serve as the supreme command authority, with all other territories organized as supporting elements in a vast military machine. King Theron's proposal was the most radical of all the Great Cleansing, which would involve using world rune power to remake the entire world according to principles of absolute justice. All existing institutions would be destroyed and rebuilt from the ground up, with only those who proved themselves worthy through trial by combat, earning the right to participate in the new order. The coalition of smaller kingdoms offered the Eternal Compact, which would preserve all existing territories and populations in their current state, while preventing any further changes or conflicts through the combined power of preservation and unity. Under their plan, the world would achieve perfect stability at the cost of all future growth and development. As each proposal was presented and debated, the tensions between the delegations grew increasingly volatile. The world rune's influence made compromise seem not just undesirable but literally impossible to conceive. Each artifact enhanced certain aspects of thinking while diminishing others, creating mental blind spots that prevented their wielders from truly understanding alternative perspectives. The breaking point came when Sir Marcus, his mind completely consumed by the Rune of Wrath's influence, declared that words were meaningless in the face of cosmic injustice. Standing before the assembled representatives, he drew his sword and challenged anyone who opposed Callus's vision to prove their worth through combat. The gesture was not meant as a formal duel but as a rejection of diplomacy itself in favor of trial by battle. Archmagus Valoria's response was swift and devastating. Using the Rune of Knowledge, she analyzed Sir Marcus's challenge and identified it as a deliberate provocation designed to derail the negotiations. Her retort was to demonstrate the futility of force in the face of perfect understanding by creating an illusion that showed Sir Marcus exactly how his challenge would unfold, his inevitable defeat, the escalation that would follow, and the ultimate destruction that awaited all participants. But the Rune of Wrath would not permit its wielder to accept such humiliation. Sir Marcus struck at the illusion with his enchanted blade, and the collision between the Rune of Wrath's fury and the Rune of Knowledge's perfect understanding created the first reality fracture, a crack in the fundamental structure of existence itself. The fracture was small at first, no larger than a human hand, but it pulsed with energies that made the assembled world runes resonate in harmony for the first time since their creation. The fragments of the universe's blueprint were recognizing each other, and their reunion was beginning to activate powers that had been dormant since the moment of creation itself. Duke Cassian, recognizing the danger, attempted to use the Rune of Dominion to impose order on the chaotic energies that were beginning to emerge from the fracture. His intervention only made the situation worse, as the rune's power to command and control collided with forces that predated the very concept of authority. The fracture widened, and through it began to seep energies that belonged to the space between realities. King Aldous tried to contain the growing catastrophe by using the Rune of Abundance to feed the fracture with so much life energy that it would be forced to close. Instead, his intervention caused the crack to begin sprouting impossible geometries, structures that existed in more dimensions than the human mind could comprehend, growing at angles that led nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. The coalition of smaller kingdoms attempted to preserve the status quo by using their combined runes to freeze the fracture in its current state and bind all the participants into a collective consciousness that could coordinate a response. Their intervention transformed the crisis from a localized phenomenon into something that began affecting the fundamental laws of physics across the entire continent. As reality warped and twisted around the conflicting influences of 7 world runes operating simultaneously, the assembled representatives finally began to understand what they had unleashed. These artifacts were not tools to be used by mortals, but fragments of the creative force that had shaped the universe itself. Bringing them together and using them in opposition to each other was causing the very foundations of existence to unravel. The first wave of destruction radiated outward from the plains of Karvith like ripples from a stone dropped into still water. But these ripples carried with them the power to remake everything they touched. Forests transformed into crystalline structures that sang with voices that had never been heard. Rivers began flowing upward into the sky, their waters taking on properties that defied every known law of nature. Mountains grew and shrank in rhythm with heartbeats that belonged to no living creature. Cities hundreds of miles away found their populations spontaneously developing magical abilities that their minds could not process. Some inhabitants began aging in reverse, growing younger with each passing hour until they vanished entirely. Others found themselves able to see through time itself, witnessing past and future simultaneously until the overload of information drove them to madness. The very concepts of distance and direction became unreliable as space itself began to warp under the influence of competing world rune energies. Travelers who walked east might find themselves moving west, while journeys that should have taken days could be completed in minutes, or might last for years without reaching their destination. At the epicenter of the catastrophe, the 7 delegations found themselves trapped within a bubble of twisted reality, where the normal rules of existence no longer applied. Time moved in loops and spirals, allowing them to witness the consequences of their actions before making the decisions that would cause those consequences. They could see the destruction they were unleashing, understand the magnitude of their mistake, but the world rune's influence prevented them from making the choice to stop. Archmagus Valoria, her consciousness expanded by the rune of knowledge, began to comprehend the full scope of what was happening. The world runes were not separate artifacts, but pieces of a single unified system that had been used to create reality itself. Scattered across Runeterra and used individually, they were powerful but contained. Brought together and used in conflict, they were attempting to resume their original function, the total reorganization of existence according to their wielders' combined will. The problem was that their wielders possessed no unified will. Each faction wanted to remake the world according to their own vision, and the world runes were trying to satisfy all of these contradictory desires simultaneously. The result was a reality storm that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of existence and replace it with something that combined all possibilities and therefore achieved none of them. King Theron, his mind still burning with the rune of Wrath's fury, made the decision that would transform a catastrophic accident into a deliberate act of cosmic vandalism. Rather than attempting to contain the growing disaster, he chose to embrace it, using his artifact's power to feed the reality storm with pure destructive force. If the world could not be remade according to justice, then perhaps it deserved to be unmade entirely. His choice triggered a cascade of similar decisions from the other faction leaders. King Aldos poured the rune of abundance's power into the storm, creating a feedback loop that made the destruction self-sustaining. Duke Cassian used the rune of dominion to impose military precision on the chaos, turning random destruction into a systematic unmaking of everything that existed. The coalition leaders added their own artifacts' power to the mix, preserving the destruction in an eternal state and binding all participants into a collective experience of apocalypse. The second wave of destruction that radiated from Karvith was no longer an accident but a weapon, the conscious choice of mortals who had decided that if they could not rule creation, they would destroy it instead. This wave carried with it not just the power to remake reality, but the specific intent to unmake everything that the wielder's enemies held dear. Entire kingdoms vanished, not through conquest but through retroactive elimination from history itself. People, places, and events were edited out of existence so completely that even the memory of them ceased to exist. Languages were unspoken, cultures were unexperienced, and civilizations that had lasted for millennia were reduced to conceptual voids that had never been filled. Yet even as they wielded the power to unmake their enemies, the world rune wielders found that they could not escape the consequences of their own actions. The reality storm they had created was beyond their ability to control or direct. It consumed their allies as readily as their enemies, unmaking their own achievements even as it destroyed those who had opposed them. As the catastrophe reached its crescendo, and the very concept of existence began to blur at the edges, a few scattered voices began to cry out for sanity. These were not the faction leaders, whose minds had been too thoroughly corrupted by world rune influence, but rather ordinary mortals who found themselves caught in the growing maelstrom and somehow retained enough clarity to understand what needed to be done. The call for salvation would come from an unexpected source, a young mage whose name would echo through history as both savior and eternal guardian. But that tale of desperate heroism lies ahead of us, in the chapters yet to come. As you settle into peaceful rest tonight, consider how the power to create and the power to destroy are often the same force, separated only by the wisdom and restraint of those who wield them. What responsibility do we bear for the consequences of our capabilities, even when those consequences extend far beyond what we intended? Chapter 6. A World Transformed. In the aftermath of storms, when the air hangs heavy with the scent of change, and the landscape bears scars that speak of forces beyond mortal comprehension, we find ourselves contemplating transformation on a scale that defies imagination. Tonight, we explore the immediate consequences of the world rune's unleashing, witnessing how the reality storm that erupted from the plains of Karvith reshaped not just the physical world, but the very nature of existence itself across all of Runeterra. The transformation began at the moment of unleashing but spread outward in waves that moved faster than light, faster than thought, faster than the very concept of speed itself. These were not mere physical forces reshaping matter and energy, but fundamental alterations to the laws that governed how reality functioned. In the space between one heartbeat and the next, the world that had existed for millennia ceased to be, replaced by something that bore only passing resemblance to what had come before. The first and most immediately visible changes occurred to the landscape itself. Mountains that had stood for geological ages found their very existence questioned by the reality storm's passage. Some peaks began growing at impossible rates, adding hundreds of feet to their height within hours as the rune of abundance's influence caused the earth itself to reproduce and multiply. Others started aging in reverse, their stone growing younger and softer until ancient granite became flowing magma that defied every law of physics by flowing upward into the sky. The great forests of central Runeterra experienced transformations that turned them into landscapes from fevered dreams. Trees began growing in spirals and loops, their branches intertwining not just with each other, but with their own past and future states. A traveler might climb a tree only to find themselves descending the same tree they had climbed yesterday, or discover branches that led to clearings that existed in different seasons simultaneously. Rivers and lakes underwent changes that challenged the very concept of water. Some bodies of water began flowing through time instead of space, carrying memories and possibilities instead of fish and silt. Sailors who launched their boats on familiar waters might find themselves navigating streams of liquid starlight that flowed through the dreams of sleeping cities, or lakes that reflected not the sky above, but the sky as it would appear in distant futures. The coastal regions, where the reality storm met the vast oceans, became places where the boundary between water and sky lost all meaning. Tidal waves rose and fell in perfect stillness, their motion existing in temporal loops that made them simultaneously eternal and instantaneous. Islands appeared and disappeared according to the thoughts of those who observed them, while sea creatures began swimming through air as easily as water, their forms shifting between scales and feathers and substances that had no names. Cities and towns across the continent found themselves subject to architectural impossibilities that reflected the chaotic mixture of world rune influences. Buildings began growing like living things, their walls breathing and their windows blinking with awareness that seemed almost sentient. Streets rearranged themselves according to the emotional states of their inhabitants, leading cheerful travelers to pleasant destinations, while guiding the melancholy through mazes of sorrow that had no exit. The great capital of Demacia, with its proud tradition of order and stability, found its famous petricite walls beginning to sing with voices that spoke of futures that might never come to pass. The magical stone that had been quarried to suppress arcane energies instead began amplifying them, turning the city into a resonance chamber for prophetic visions that drove many inhabitants to madness with their clarity and contradictions. In the scholarly libraries of the eastern coast, books began writing themselves, their pages filling with knowledge that existed only in the spaces between thoughts. Scholars who attempted to read these spontaneously generated texts found themselves learning languages that had never been spoken and understanding concepts that had no basis in any known reality. Some gained insights that elevated their minds to near-divine levels of comprehension, while others were driven insane by truths too large for mortal consciousness to contain. The transformation of living beings proved even more dramatic than the changes to inanimate matter. Humans, animals, and plants alike found themselves subject to alterations that reflected the chaotic mixture of world rune energies that continued to ripple across the continent. Some populations began aging according to their emotional states, rather than the passage of time, growing older when they felt despair and younger when they experienced joy. Children born during the reality storm's passage exhibited capabilities that challenged every understanding of what it meant to be human. Some could see through the layers of reality to perceive the underlying magical structures that held the world together. Others developed the ability to communicate directly with the transformed landscape, learning the new languages that rocks and trees and rivers had begun to speak. Animals underwent changes that blurred the boundaries between species and between the natural and supernatural. Horses began galloping across the sky as easily as across the ground, their hooves leaving trails of starlight that persisted for days. Birds discovered they could fly through solid matter, treating stone and steel as if they were merely denser forms of air. Fish learned to swim through earth and stone, creating underwater ecosystems in the hearts of mountains and deep beneath the floors of valleys. The very concepts of life and death became fluid in regions where the reality storm's influence was strongest. Plants that had died centuries ago began sprouting new growth, their roots drawing sustenance from memories of rain that had fallen in distant decades. Animals that had been dead for generations returned as echo creatures that existed partially in the past and partially in the present, hunting prey that might not be born for years to come. Magic itself, which had once followed predictable patterns and required careful study to master, became as unpredictable and dangerous as a wild storm. Spells that had been cast successfully for generations began producing random effects that bore no relationship to their intended purpose. A simple cantrip meant to light a fire might instead cause flowers to grow from a mage's fingertips, or summon rain that fell upward, or create music that could be seen rather than heard. The most skilled wizards and sorcerers found their carefully accumulated knowledge rendered useless by the new rules that governed magical practice. Incantations that had once channeled specific energies now tapped into the chaotic forces left behind by the world rune's conflict, producing results that could range from miraculous healing to catastrophic destruction with no warning or apparent pattern. Some mages attempted to adapt to the new conditions by abandoning traditional magical theory in favor of intuitive approaches that relied on emotional resonance with the transformed magical fields. These practitioners discovered that their feelings and intentions could shape reality directly without the need for complex rituals or carefully prepared components. However, this newfound power came at the cost of predictability and control, as their magic reflected their subconscious desires as much as their conscious will. The social and political structures that had governed Runeterra for centuries found themselves completely inadequate to deal with the new reality. Kingdoms whose borders had been clearly defined by geography discovered that their territories now shifted and flowed according to the collective will of their inhabitants. A city might find itself relocated to an entirely different continent overnight, or discover that its streets now led to destinations in neighboring kingdoms without any intervening travel. Legal systems based on concepts of individual responsibility and consistent cause and effect became meaningless when a person's actions might have consequences that manifested in different times and places, or when the same action might produce entirely different results depending on the magical weather. Courts of law were replaced by councils of interpretation that attempted to divine meaning from events that defied logical analysis. Economic systems collapsed as the fundamental assumptions underlying trade and commerce were invalidated by the new reality. What value did gold have when the rune of abundance's residual influence could cause it to spontaneously multiply or transform into entirely different substances? How could contracts be enforced when the parties to an agreement might find themselves existing in different temporal states, or when the goods being traded might cease to exist if observed too closely? Religious and philosophical systems struggled to accommodate a reality where the impossible had become mundane and the miraculous was a daily occurrence. Temples dedicated to gods of order found their rituals producing chaos, while shrines to deities of change became islands of unexpected stability in the transformed world. Priests and philosophers who had spent their lives studying the nature of existence found themselves needing to completely reconstruct their understanding of reality from first principles. The psychological impact on Runeterra's populations was perhaps the most profound transformation of all. People who had lived their entire lives in a world governed by predictable natural laws suddenly found themselves in an environment where anything was possible and nothing was certain. Some embraced the chaos with joy, seeing it as liberation from the constraints that had previously limited their potential. Others retreated into madness or denial, unable to accept a reality that contradicted everything they had believed about the nature of existence. Communities that had been separated by vast distances found themselves brought together by the spatial distortions that made geography meaningless. Strangers became neighbors overnight as their homes were relocated by forces beyond their control. Language barriers became irrelevant when people discovered they could communicate through shared dreams or by reshaping the landscape to express their thoughts in visual form. Yet, even as the world transformed beyond recognition, life continued. Farmers learned to cultivate crops that grew in temporal spirals, harvesting grain from plants that existed in multiple seasons simultaneously. Merchants developed new forms of trade based on the exchange of experiences and possibilities rather than physical goods. Artists discovered they could create works that existed in dimensions beyond the merely visual, crafting sculptures from crystallized music and paintings that depicted the emotional resonance of colors that had no names. The children who had been born during the reality storm's passage became the first generation to treat the transformed world as normal, rather than miraculous. They played games that involved reshaping local reality, communicated through empathic connections that transcended language, and learned to navigate a landscape where the laws of physics were suggestions rather than absolute rules. These children became the bridge between the old world that had been lost and the new world that was still taking shape. They retained some memory of how things had been before the transformation, but they also possessed an intuitive understanding of how to thrive in conditions that had driven many adults to despair or madness. Their perspective would prove crucial in the struggles that lay ahead, as the immediate shock of transformation began to settle into a new kind of normalcy. The survivors of the reality storm found themselves facing a fundamental question: what kind of civilization could be built in a world where the impossible was commonplace and the miraculous was mundane? The old kingdoms and empires had been swept away by forces beyond their ability to comprehend or control, but from their ruins something new was beginning to emerge. The process of adaptation was neither quick nor easy. Communities that had managed to maintain some semblance of organization during the initial transformation found themselves needing to develop entirely new approaches to every aspect of daily life. Leadership structures based on hereditary authority or democratic consensus became inadequate when reality itself could be reshaped by those with sufficient will and understanding. Yet, even in the midst of chaos and confusion, the fundamental human drives toward connection, creation, and meaning continued to assert themselves. People sought out others who shared their experiences and perspectives, forming new communities based on shared adaptation to the transformed world rather than traditional bonds of kinship or geography. As you rest in the comfort of familiar surroundings tonight, perhaps consider how we might maintain our essential humanity even when everything we thought we knew about the world proves to be wrong? What aspects of ourselves remain constant even when reality itself becomes fluid and uncertain? Chapter 7: The Desperate Alliance. In the wake of catastrophe, when familiar hatreds seem insignificant compared to the threat of total extinction, we witness the most unlikely of transformations, former enemies becoming allies in the face of annihilation. Tonight, we explore how the survivors of the reality storm found themselves forced to abandon centuries of conflict and mistrust to unite against a danger that threatened not just their kingdoms, but the very possibility of continued existence. The realization that cooperation was necessary came slowly, emerging from the chaos like dawn breaking through storm clouds. In the days immediately following the unleashing, most surviving communities were too focused on their own desperate struggle for survival to consider reaching out to former enemies. The transformed world demanded every ounce of attention and energy simply to understand the new rules that governed existence, leaving little room for thoughts of broader cooperation. It was the children who first recognized the need for alliance, those born during the reality storm, who possessed an intuitive understanding of the transformed world that their elders lacked. These young ones, scattered across the continent but connected by shared dreams and empathic bonds that transcended physical distance, began to communicate with each other across the boundaries that had once separated hostile nations. Through their unique perspective, they could see what the adults could not, that the reality storm was not a single catastrophic event, but an ongoing process that continued to destabilize existence itself. The world Rune's chaotic energies had not been fully expended in that first moment of unleashing, but continued to interact and interfere with each other, creating cascading waves of transformation that threatened to unravel what little stability remained. The first concrete warning came from a girl named Lorelei, born in the ruins of what had once been Damasia's capital during the height of the reality storm. Her birth had occurred at the precise moment when the Rune of Knowledge's influence peaked in her region, granting her an understanding of cosmic patterns that was both gift and curse. Through visions that came to her in dreams and waking trances, she began to perceive the underlying structure of the ongoing catastrophe. What Lorelei saw terrified even her enhanced consciousness. The world runes were not simply causing random chaos, but were slowly dissolving the fundamental barriers that separated different layers of reality. If the process continued unchecked, the material world would eventually merge with the spirit realm, the void and dimensions that had no names. The result would not be transformation, but complete dissolution, the end of everything that had ever existed, or could ever exist. Her warnings spread through the network of storm-born children, carried by dreams and telepathic whispers to communities scattered across the transformed continent. These children served as translators and interpreters, helping their elders understand concepts that conventional language could not adequately express. Slowly, painfully, the surviving populations began to grasp the true scope of the threat they faced. The first formal alliance was formed between the remnants of Vorthak and a coalition of mountain settlements that had once been part of Drakmor. These communities had been bitter enemies before the reality storm, their conflict over agricultural resources having escalated into generations of warfare and mutual hatred. But the transformed world had made their ancient grievances irrelevant. Food could now be created from thought and will, while territory had become meaningless when geography shifted according to collective emotion. King Aldous, his consciousness permanently altered by prolonged exposure to the Rune of Abundance, was among the first leaders to truly understand what Lorelei's warnings meant. The artifact that had once granted him the power to feed his people had shown him visions of abundance taken to its ultimate extreme, a reality where everything existed simultaneously, where all possibilities were actualized at once, resulting in a paradoxical state of infinite fullness that was indistinguishable from absolute emptiness. His decision to reach out to the Drakmor settlements required him to overcome not just political considerations but the psychological barriers created by decades of enmity. The process was facilitated by a group of storm-born children who served as neutral intermediaries, their unique perspective allowing them to see past the historical conflicts that still clouded their elders' judgment. The negotiations took place in a neutral zone that existed in a state of temporal flux, where past and present overlapped in ways that made the participants acutely aware of how their current choices would echo through history. Representatives from both communities found themselves literally face to face with the consequences of their decisions, as the transformed landscape reflected their intentions and showed them glimpses of possible futures. The alliance that emerged from these talks was unlike any political arrangement that had existed before the reality storm. Traditional concepts of sovereignty and territorial control were replaced by a fluid partnership based on shared responsibility for maintaining local stability. Both communities agreed to pool their resources and knowledge in service of a single overriding goal, preventing the complete dissolution of reality in their region. Word of the Vorthak-Drakmor alliance spread through the networks of communication that had emerged in the transformed world. Other communities, inspired by this example of cooperation overcoming ancient hatred, began to reach out to their own former enemies. The process was neither quick nor easy, as centuries of mistrust and accumulated grievances could not be overcome overnight. But the shared threat of total annihilation provided powerful motivation for setting aside past differences. The Eastern Coast Confederation, led by Archmagus Valoria, became the next major power to formally join the growing alliance. The scholar's enhanced understanding, granted by her exposure to the Rune of Knowledge, allowed her to perceive the mathematical inevitability of the ongoing dissolution process. Her calculations showed that without coordinated intervention, the reality storm would reach a critical threshold within a matter of years, after which no force in existence would be able to prevent total collapse. Valoria's contribution to the alliance went beyond her personal capabilities. The confederation she led had managed to preserve many of the scholarly institutions and research facilities that had existed before the reality storm, though these now operated according to principles that bore little resemblance to traditional academic methods. Her researchers had developed techniques for mapping the chaotic energy flows that continued to reshape the world, providing crucial intelligence that allowed other communities to predict and prepare for upcoming transformations. The remnants of Merther's military organization proved more difficult to integrate into the growing alliance. Duke Cassian had been fundamentally changed by his exposure to the Rune of Dominion. His consciousness expanded to encompass strategic thinking on a scale that included multiple timelines and probability matrices. From his perspective, the alliance was a logical necessity, but his enhanced military mindset made it difficult for him to accept any arrangement that did not place him in overall command. The solution came through the mediation of the Stormborn children, who proposed a command structure that operated according to the transformed world's new rules rather than traditional military hierarchy. Instead of a single supreme commander, the alliance would be guided by a council that made decisions through a form of consensus that took into account not just present circumstances, but the potential consequences of actions across multiple possible futures. This revolutionary approach to leadership required all participants to develop new forms of consciousness and decision-making that transcended individual ego and perspective. The process was aided by the empathic connections that had become commonplace in the transformed world, allowing council members to directly share their thoughts and feelings rather than relying on potentially misleading verbal communication. The inclusion of Kalos in the alliance proved to be the most challenging negotiation of all. King Theron and his followers had been the most thoroughly transformed by their world rune's influence, their consciousness so saturated with righteous fury that they found it almost impossible to conceive of cooperation with those they perceived as having been complicit in the old world's injustices. Sir Marcus, now more force of nature than human being, initially rejected all offers of alliance, arguing that the reality storm was a purifying process that should be allowed to complete its work of destroying a fundamentally corrupt civilization. From his perspective, the ongoing dissolution was not a threat to be prevented, but a cosmic judgment that should be embraced. The breakthrough came when Lyrelay herself traveled to the heart of Kalos territory to confront Sir Marcus directly. The meeting between the Stormborn prophet and the wrath-transformed knight became the stuff of legend, though accounts of what actually transpired vary wildly due to the reality-warping effects of their interaction. What is known is that Ryze somehow managed to show Sir Marcus a vision of what the completed dissolution would actually entail. Not the righteous cleansing he imagined, but a state of existence where the very concepts of justice and injustice would cease to have meaning. In a reality where everything and nothing existed simultaneously, there could be no triumph of good over evil, no vindication of the righteous, no punishment of the wicked. There would simply be an eternal moment of crystallized paradox, where all possibilities cancelled each other out. The vision shattered Sir Marcus's faith in the nobility of destruction, leaving him hollowed out and purposeless, until Ryze offered him a new mission, to use his wrath-enhanced abilities not to destroy the corrupt world, but to protect the innocent from the consequences of the ongoing dissolution. This reframing of his purpose allowed him to maintain his sense of righteous purpose, while redirecting his energies toward preservation rather than destruction. The formal establishment of what became known as the Last Alliance required the development of entirely new forms of diplomatic protocol. Traditional treaties and agreements were meaningless in a world where the signing parties might be transformed beyond recognition between one meeting and the next. Instead, the alliance was formalized through a ritual that bound the participants together at levels deeper than conscious thought. The binding ceremony took place at the site where the reality storm had first begun, on the plains of Karvith, where the ruins of the failed peace conference still flickered between existence and non-existence. Representatives from all the major surviving communities gathered in a circle around the original fracture point. Their combined will focused on healing rather than exploiting the wound in reality's fabric. The ritual itself was guided by the Stormborn children, whose unique understanding allowed them to serve as conduits for energies that adult minds could not safely channel. As the ceremony progressed, the participants found their individual consciousness temporarily merged into a collective awareness that encompassed all their different perspectives and capabilities. In that moment of unity, they shared not just their knowledge and resources, but their deepest fears and hopes for the future. The experience created bonds that transcended traditional concepts of loyalty or obligation, forging connections that operated at the level of fundamental identity rather than merely political convenience. The immediate result of the alliance was a dramatic improvement in each community's ability to cope with the ongoing transformations. Shared knowledge allowed them to predict and prepare for reality shifts that would have caught individual communities off guard. Combined resources enabled them to undertake projects for large-scale stabilization that would have been impossible for any single group to accomplish. More importantly, the alliance provided psychological stability for populations that had been struggling to maintain their sanity in an increasingly incomprehensible world. The knowledge that they were not alone in their struggle, that others shared their burdens and understood their challenges, proved to be as valuable as any material resource. The alliance's first major test came when they detected signs of an approaching reality cascade that threatened to completely destabilize the remaining inhabited regions of the continent. The Stormborn children's prophetic abilities had warned of this threat, but prediction was only the first step. Actually preventing the cascade would require coordinated action on a scale that had never before been attempted. The solution required each community to contribute their unique capabilities to a complex magical working that would essentially perform surgery on the fabric of reality itself. Vorthak's abundance-enhanced populations provided the raw life energy needed to fuel the working. Merther's strategically coordinated forces ensured that every action was perfectly timed and positioned. The Eastern Coast's knowledge-enhanced scholars calculated the precise interventions needed to redirect the chaotic energies safely. Kalos contributed perhaps the most crucial element, the focused will needed to impose order on forces that actively resisted any attempt at control. Sir Marcus and his wrath-transformed followers served as the cutting edge of the working, their enhanced fury providing the emotional intensity needed to force the chaotic energies into new patterns. The working succeeded, but at tremendous cost. Many participants were permanently changed by their exposure to the raw forces of creation and dissolution. Some gained new abilities, that allowed them to perceive and manipulate reality directly, while others lost aspects of their humanity that could never be recovered. The Alliance had prevented one catastrophe, but the price paid in individual sacrifice demonstrated just how desperate their situation had become. As the participants recovered from the reality surgery, they began to understand that their alliance was not just a temporary expedient, but a permanent transformation in how civilization itself would need to operate. The old world of competing kingdoms and isolated communities was gone forever, replaced by a new reality where survival itself depended on unprecedented levels of cooperation and mutual support. The Alliance had proven that united action could prevent immediate catastrophe, but many greater challenges lay ahead. The world rune's chaotic energies continued to spread across the continent, and each intervention seemed to create new complications that required even more desperate measures to address. As you settle into peaceful rest tonight, perhaps consider how crisis can sometimes reveal the common humanity that lies beneath our surface differences. What bonds might we discover with those we consider enemies if we faced a threat that endangered everything we both hold dear? Chapter 8. Ryze's Mission. In the quiet hours when the world holds its breath and destiny takes shape in the hearts of the unlikely, we turn our attention to a single figure whose choices would echo through millennia. Tonight, we explore the emergence of Ryze, a young mage whose encounter with cosmic catastrophe would transform him from promising student into eternal guardian, forever bound to a mission that would consume every aspect of his existence in service of protecting a world that could never fully understand his sacrifice. Before the reality storm, before the alliances born of desperation, before the world learned to fear the very forces that had created it, there was simply a boy named Ryze, studying at a small academy in the hills, overlooking what would later become the transformed landscape of central Runeterra. His was not a name known to kings or recorded in the histories of great powers. He was merely one among hundreds of young mages learning to channel the gentle magics that had once seemed the height of arcane achievement. The Academy of Seventh Intentions had been founded on principles of careful study and gradual mastery. Its teachers emphasized patience over power, understanding over ambition. Students spent years learning to light candles with their minds before they were permitted to attempt more complex workings. The philosophy that guided their education held that magic was a tool to be wielded with precision and restraint, never to be grasped with greedy hands or wielded without thought for consequence. Ryze had excelled in these studies not through raw talent, but through an almost obsessive attention to detail and an insatiable curiosity about the underlying principles that governed magical phenomena. While his classmates focused on practical applications, he spent hours in the Academy's library studying theoretical texts that most found too abstract to be useful. His masters noted his unusual dedication, but saw nothing in the quiet, studious boy to suggest he was destined for anything beyond a comfortable career as a scholar or court mage. The first sign that Ryze's fate would be different from his peers came on the day the reality storm struck. The Academy's location in the hills had seemed like a blessing, providing a peaceful environment for study away from the distractions of urban life. But when the waves of chaotic energy began radiating outward from the plains of Karvith, that isolation became a trap that left the students and faculty with nowhere to flee. The Academy's protective wards, designed to contain minor magical accidents and shield against conventional attacks, proved utterly inadequate against forces that operated at the level of fundamental reality. The carefully structured defenses that had protected the institution for generations were swept away like cobwebs before a hurricane, leaving the inhabitants exposed to the full fury of the reality storm. Ryze watched in horror as his fellow students began to transform under the chaotic influence of clashing world rune energies. Some aged decades in moments, their young faces becoming lined with the weight of experiences they had never lived. Others began to fade from existence, becoming translucent and insubstantial until they vanished entirely, leaving behind only echo impressions that spoke with voices growing ever fainter. The transformation that befell his closest friend, a girl named Tyra, who had shared his love of theoretical study, proved to be the catalyst that would shape Ryze's entire future. As the reality storm's energies coursed through the academy, Tyra's consciousness began expanding beyond the boundaries of her physical form. She gained the ability to perceive the underlying structure of the cosmic catastrophe, understanding in perfect detail exactly what was happening and why it could not be stopped by conventional means. But the knowledge was too vast for any mortal mind to contain safely. Tyra's enhanced awareness allowed her to see the truth of the world runes' nature and the scope of their potential for destruction. But the revelation drove her consciousness into realms of understanding that her human psyche could not survive intact. She became a living oracle of cosmic knowledge, able to speak prophecies of perfect accuracy, but no longer capable of existing as the person she had once been. In her final moments of coherent humanity, Tyra turned to Ryze with eyes that held the weight of eternity and spoke words that would haunt him for the rest of his impossibly long life. She told him of the scattered world runes and their potential for both creation and destruction. She showed him visions of possible futures where the artifacts were used responsibly to heal the damage they had caused, and darker timelines where their misuse led to the complete unmaking of existence itself. Most crucially, she revealed to him the nature of his own destiny, that he possessed a unique combination of magical ability, moral character, and stubborn determination that made him perhaps the only person capable of gathering the world runes safely and preventing their power from ever again being used to threaten reality's stability. The task would require him to sacrifice everything he had ever wanted from life, condemning him to eternal solitude and endless vigilance. But it was the only path that led to a future where others could live in peace. As Tyra's transformed consciousness finally dissolved into the chaotic energies that surrounded them, Ryze felt something fundamental change within himself. The reality storm's influence touched him differently than it had affected his fellow students, perhaps because of Tyra's prophecy, or perhaps because of some quality he possessed that even he did not understand. Instead of being destroyed or randomly transformed, he found himself becoming a conduit for the chaotic energies, able to channel and direct them without being consumed by their power. The process was agonizing, both physically and spiritually. Ryze felt his body and mind being rewritten by forces beyond mortal comprehension, his cellular structure and consciousness both adapting to contain energies that should have annihilated him instantly. His skin took on a blue tinge that spoke of exposure to cosmic forces, while his eyes began to glow with an inner light that reflected his new role as a living focal point for magical energy. More profoundly, he found his relationship with time itself beginning to change. The linear progression from past to future that governed normal human existence became fluid and negotiable for him, allowing him to perceive events that had not yet occurred and remember experiences that belonged to potential rather than actual history. This temporal sensitivity would prove crucial to his mission, as it allowed him to anticipate where and when the world runes might surface. When the immediate fury of the reality storm finally subsided, Ryze emerged from the ruins of his academy as the sole survivor. His fellow students and teachers had either been destroyed outright or transformed beyond recognition, leaving him alone with the weight of Tyra's prophecy and the burning knowledge of what he needed to accomplish. The young man who had once dreamed of a quiet life devoted to scholarly pursuits was gone, replaced by something that was still human but no longer entirely mortal. His first task was to locate the world runes that had been scattered by the catastrophe at Karvith. The reality storm had torn the artifacts from their wielders and flung them across vast distances, hiding them in places where their chaotic energies would be somewhat contained by natural barriers or ancient magical workings. Finding them would require not just magical skill, but the ability to trace patterns of cause and effect across multiple timelines and probability matrices. The search led Ryze across the transformed landscape of Runeterra, through regions where the normal laws of physics had been replaced by dream logic and mathematical impossibilities. He walked through forests where the trees grew downward into the sky, crossed rivers that flowed through the dreams of sleeping mountains, and climbed peaks that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously, while casting shadows in none. Each region he visited bore the scars of the reality storm's passage in unique ways. Some areas had become trapped in temporal loops, their inhabitants reliving the same day endlessly while remaining unaware of their situation. Others had been transformed into landscapes of pure emotion, where travelers experienced the concentrated feelings of everyone who had ever lived there. Still others had become puzzles of crystallized possibility, where every potential future existed simultaneously in a glittering matrix of might-have-beens. Navigation through these transformed territories required Ryze to develop new forms of consciousness and perception that allowed him to function in environments where conventional thinking was not just useless but actively dangerous. He learned to think in non-linear patterns that could accommodate paradox and contradiction, to perceive with senses that had no names, and to maintain his sense of identity even when surrounded by forces that sought to dissolve individual consciousness into collective awareness. The first world rune he located was the Rune of Precision, buried beneath the ruins of a city that had been transformed into a vast clockwork mechanism. The artifact's influence had caused every citizen to become part of a single enormous machine, designed to calculate the exact moment when reality would achieve perfect order. Retrieving the rune required Ryze to solve a puzzle that involved synchronizing his actions across multiple timeline branches, while avoiding the attention of the mechanical citizens who had been programmed to protect their crystallized perfection. Each subsequent rune presented unique challenges that tested different aspects of Ryze's growing abilities. The Rune of Inspiration had taken refuge in a realm of living art, where paintings and sculptures moved freely between canvases and pedestals, their creators' imaginations having been given physical form by the reality storm's influence. The Rune of Resolve had hidden itself in a fortress of crystallized determination, where the concentrated will of heroes from across history had been given architectural form. As Ryze gathered each artifact, he felt the burden of their combined power growing heavier. The world runes were not simply magical tools but fragments of cosmic consciousness that retained memories of their role in shaping the universe itself. Carrying them meant being constantly exposed to their whispered temptations, their offers of unlimited power, in exchange for abandoning his mission of safeguarding them. The artifacts showed him visions of what he could accomplish if he chose to use rather than merely contain their power. He could reshape Runeterra according to his own vision of perfection, eliminating suffering and injustice through the simple application of reality-altering force. He could become a god among mortals, loved and worshipped by populations who would benefit from his wisdom and benevolence. But Terra's prophecy had shown him where such thinking led. Every previous wielder of world rune power had begun with noble intentions, convinced that they alone possessed the wisdom and moral clarity needed to use such forces responsibly. The corrupting influence of ultimate power was not a failure of character, but an inevitable consequence of wielding energies that operated beyond the scale of human comprehension. The temptation was made worse by the isolation that his mission imposed upon him. As Ryze's appearance became increasingly marked by his exposure to cosmic forces, ordinary people began to fear and avoid him. His blue-tinged skin and glowing eyes marked him as something other than human, while his temporal sensitivity made normal conversation difficult when he might accidentally respond to statements that his companions had not yet made. The loneliness was perhaps the greatest challenge he faced, more difficult to bear than any physical hardship or magical obstacle. He had been forced to abandon all hope of normal human relationships, knowing that anyone who grew close to him would inevitably be placed in danger by the forces that sought to claim the world runes he carried. His mission had made him an eternal guardian, but it had also made him an eternal exile from the community of humanity he was sworn to protect. Yet, despite the personal cost, Ryze persevered in his quest to gather the scattered artifacts. Each rune he secured was one less source of potential catastrophe, one fewer temptation for those who might be corrupted by ultimate power. His growing collection of world runes made him perhaps the most dangerous individual in existence, but it also made him the only person capable of preventing others from repeating the mistakes that had led to the reality storm. The transformation of his mission from temporary task to eternal commitment came gradually, as Ryze began to understand the true nature of what he had undertaken. The world runes were not simply dangerous artifacts that could be hidden away and forgotten. They were fundamental forces of creation that would always seek to return to active use, drawing to themselves individuals with the ambition and capability to wield cosmic power. Preventing future catastrophes would require more than simply gathering the artifacts. It would mean becoming their permanent guardian, moving constantly to stay ahead of those who sought to claim them while remaining vigilant against his own temptation to use their power. He would need to live for centuries or millennia, watching civilizations rise and fall while maintaining his solitary vigil against the return of the cosmic chaos that had nearly destroyed everything. The weight of this realization might have broken a lesser person, but Ryze found strength in the memory of all those who had been lost to the reality storm's fury. Every friend who had been transformed beyond recognition, every innocent who had been consumed by chaotic energies, every community that had been wiped from existence. They all depended on him to ensure that their sacrifice had meaning. As he continued his endless journey across the transformed landscape of Runeterra, Ryze began to understand that his mission was not just about preventing catastrophe, but about bearing witness to the consequences of unchecked ambition. He became a living reminder of what happens when the pursuit of power overwhelms the wisdom needed to use it responsibly. The young scholar who had once sought knowledge for its own sake was gone, replaced by an eternal guardian, whose very existence served as a warning to future generations. But in accepting this burden, Ryze had also accepted the responsibility of ensuring that others would never have to make the same sacrifice he had made. As you drift toward peaceful sleep tonight, consider the weight of responsibility that comes with great capability. What sacrifices are we willing to make to protect others from dangers they may never fully understand? And how do we find meaning in duties that offer no reward beyond the knowledge that we have done what was necessary? Chapter 9. The Great Sacrifice. In the deepest moments of crisis, when all conventional solutions have failed and extinction looms like a shadow over everything we hold dear, true heroism reveals itself not through victory, but through the willingness to pay any price for others' survival. Tonight, we witnessed the moment when the leaders of the last alliance faced an impossible choice: save their world at the cost of everything they had ever been, or preserve their humanity while watching reality itself crumble into oblivion. The crisis that demanded the ultimate sacrifice emerged gradually, like a poison spreading through the veins of existence itself. Despite the Alliance's early successes in containing the worst effects of the reality storm, the underlying instability continued to grow. Each intervention seemed to solve one problem while creating two others, and the storm-born children's prophetic abilities began revealing futures that grew progressively darker with each passing season. Lyra Lay, the prophet child whose visions had first warned of the ongoing dissolution, began experiencing prophecies of such intensity that they left her unconscious for days at a time. When she finally emerged from these prophetic trances, her reports painted a picture of cosmic horror that challenged even the Alliance leaders' enhanced understanding. The world runes' chaotic energies were not simply causing random transformations, but were systematically unraveling the fundamental forces that held the universe together. The mathematical inevitability of total collapse had become undeniable. Archmagus Valoria's calculations, enhanced by her exposure to the Rune of Knowledge, showed that the dissolution process had reached a critical threshold. The chaotic energies were now self-sustaining, feeding on the very fabric of reality and growing stronger with each passing moment. Even if all the scattered world runes were somehow gathered and contained, the damage already done would continue to spread until nothing remained but an empty void where existence had once flourished. The revelation struck the Alliance leaders like a physical blow. All their efforts to stabilize their transformed world, all the sacrifices made by their people, all the hope they had managed to preserve, none of it mattered if the underlying process could not be stopped. They had been fighting to save a patient who was already dead, applying bandages to wounds that had already proven fatal. King Aldous was the first to speak the unspeakable truth that hung heavy in the air of their council chamber. If conventional methods could not prevent total dissolution, then perhaps unconventional methods might still offer hope. The world runes had caused the crisis through their chaotic interaction. Perhaps those same forces could be used to reverse the damage they had inflicted, but only if wielded with perfect precision and absolute unity of purpose. The proposal that emerged from the Alliance's desperate deliberations was elegant in its simplicity and horrifying in its implications. 7 world runes had created the crisis through their conflicting energies. If those same 7 artifacts could be brought together and used in perfect harmony rather than opposition, their combined power might be sufficient to perform cosmic surgery on reality itself, cutting away the infected portions and healing the remaining wounds. But achieving such perfect harmony would require the complete merger of the artifact's wielders into a single consciousness capable of directing cosmic forces with absolute precision. The individual personalities, memories, and identities of the Alliance leaders would need to be sacrificed to create a gestalt entity with the wisdom and power necessary to save existence itself. Archmagus Valoria outlined the process with clinical detachment that barely concealed her horror at what she was proposing. The merger would be irreversible once begun. The individual consciousness of each participant would be dissolved into the collective awareness, never to be recovered. They would cease to exist as separate beings, becoming instead facets of a single cosmic intelligence whose only purpose would be the preservation of reality. The sacrifice would extend beyond the immediate participants. The merger process would require enormous amounts of life energy to fuel the reality healing working, energy that would need to be drawn from the Alliance's surviving populations. Entire communities would need to willingly give up their life force, dying so that the cosmic surgery could be powered and the universe itself could survive. Duke Cassian, his consciousness expanded by the Rune of Dominion's influence, was the first to grasp the full strategic implications of the proposal. The working would need to be performed simultaneously across multiple dimensional layers, requiring coordination between versions of themselves that existed in parallel timelines. The sacrifice would not be limited to this reality, but would need to be repeated across every possible timeline where the world runes had caused similar damage. King Theron and Sir Marcus, their minds still burning with the Rune of Wrath's influence, found themselves torn between fury at the cosmic injustice that demanded such a price and recognition that righteous anger was meaningless in the face of universal extinction. Their enhanced understanding of justice had evolved to encompass cosmic scales, where the preservation of existence itself took precedence over any individual concerns about fairness or desert. The representatives of the smaller kingdoms, their consciousness unified by the runes of preservation and unity, spoke with a single voice that carried the weight of millions of individual decisions. Their people had already voted, through the mystical bonds that connected them, to accept whatever sacrifice was necessary to ensure that future generations would have the opportunity to exist. The most heartbreaking aspect of the proposed sacrifice was that it offered no guarantee of success. The working might fail entirely, resulting in the death of the Alliance leaders and their people, while leaving the dissolution process to continue unchecked. Even if it succeeded, there was no way to predict what kind of reality would emerge from such massive cosmic surgery. The healed universe might be utterly different from the one they knew, populated by beings who would never know that their existence had been purchased through such terrible sacrifice. But the alternative was certain extinction, not just for humanity, but for the very concept of existence itself. The choice was between dying with purpose or dying in vain, between sacrificing themselves to give reality a chance to survive or preserving their individual identities while watching everything burn. The decision to proceed was not made through debate or deliberation, but through a moment of shared understanding that passed between the Alliance leaders like a silent prayer. Each of them had already made peace with their fate, accepting that their personal desires were irrelevant in the face of cosmic necessity. They had moved beyond individual hope or fear into a realm of purpose that transcended mortal concerns. The preparation for the great sacrifice required the transformation of the entire Alliance structure into a vast ritual framework designed to channel energies that operated at the scale of universal creation. Communities across the transformed continent were reorganized into geometric patterns, that would serve as focusing arrays for the cosmic working. Every surviving settlement became a node in a network of power that spanned multiple dimensions and timeline branches. The most difficult aspect of the preparation was explaining to the general population what would be required of them. The Alliance leaders could not simply command their people to die for the greater good. The sacrifice needed to be made willingly, with full understanding of its purpose and consequences. This required a campaign of education and persuasion that tested every bond of trust and loyalty that had been built during the crisis. Surprisingly, the response from the surviving populations was overwhelmingly positive. The reality storm had shown them firsthand what cosmic dissolution looked like, and most were eager to prevent others from experiencing the same trauma. Children who had grown up in the transformed world understood instinctively that existence itself was fragile and precious, worth any price to preserve. The Stormborn children played a crucial role in the preparation, using their unique abilities to help ordinary people understand concepts that conventional language could not adequately express. Through shared dreams and empathic connections, they helped entire communities experience brief glimpses of the cosmic perspective that made the necessity of sacrifice apparent. As the day of the great sacrifice approached, a strange peace settled over the Alliance territories. People went about their daily routines with quiet determination, knowing that each moment might be their last, but finding comfort in the knowledge that their deaths would have meaning. Communities that had spent years adapting to impossible circumstances now turned their hard-won skills toward the task of dying with purpose and dignity. The ritual itself began at dawn on the anniversary of the first reality storm. The Alliance leaders took their positions at the center of the vast magical array that had been built around the original fracture point at Carveth, each one carrying their world rune and the accumulated experiences of years spent wielding cosmic power. The merger process began slowly, with the leaders' individual consciousnesses starting to blur and blend at the edges. Memories became shared experiences, personal histories intertwining, until it became impossible to distinguish between King Aldous' childhood and Archmagus Valoria's scholarly achievements. Emotions merged and amplified, creating new forms of feeling that had no names in any human language. As the individual personalities dissolved into the growing Gestalt consciousness, the combined entity began to perceive reality from perspectives that no single mind could have achieved. They could see the dissolution process, not as a chaotic catastrophe, but as a comprehensible pattern of cause and effect that could be analyzed and potentially reversed. The cosmic surgery that followed defied description in conventional terms. Working across multiple dimensional layers simultaneously, the merged consciousness began the delicate process of cutting away the infected portions of reality while preserving the healthy sections. Each decision carried consequences that rippled through infinite probability matrices, requiring calculations that spanned potential futures and might-have-beens. The life energy of the Alliance's people flowed into the working like a river of sacrifice, each death adding another measure of power to the cosmic healing. Communities that had spent years learning to thrive in impossible circumstances now used those same skills to die beautifully, their final moments contributing to a working that would determine the fate of everything that had ever existed, or ever could exist. The price paid in individual lives was staggering. Entire bloodlines extinguished in moments, cultures that had survived the reality storm erased by the very working that sought to preserve the possibility of culture itself. But each sacrifice was made willingly, with full understanding of its necessity and purpose. As the cosmic surgery reached its climax, the merged consciousness found itself faced with a final, impossible choice. The healing was working, but the process was consuming more energy than had been anticipated. To complete the working and ensure reality's survival, they would need to sacrifice not just their own existence, but all memory of their sacrifice. The universe that emerged would have no record of what had been given up to save it, no monuments to honor those who had paid the ultimate price. The Gestalt entity that had once been the Alliance leaders made their final decision with the same quiet determination that had characterized their entire struggle. Individual recognition was meaningless compared to the continuation of existence itself. Their sacrifice would be complete. Not just their lives, but their legacy would be given up so that others could live in ignorance of what had been lost. The moment of completion arrived, like a sudden silence after thunder. The cosmic surgery succeeded, reality's wounds healing as the infected portions were carefully excised, and the remaining structure stabilized. But the price paid was absolute pust. An entire civilization had given up everything, including the memory of their gift, to ensure that new civilizations could arise from the ashes of the old. As the healed reality settled into its new configuration, all traces of the rune wars and the great sacrifice faded from history. The world runes were scattered once again, their power contained but not destroyed, waiting for a future when they might be needed to save existence once more. The cosmos itself bore no scars of what had been endured, no record of what had been sacrificed. Only in the depths of myth and legend did fragments of the truth survive, whispered stories of heroes who had given up everything to save a world that would never know their names. And in the vigilant wandering of a blue-skinned mage who carried artifacts of unimaginable power, the echo of their sacrifice continued to protect a reality that had been purchased through the ultimate gift of love. As you rest in the comfort of existence tonight, perhaps consider what it truly means to love something enough to sacrifice everything for its preservation, even the recognition of that sacrifice. What would you willingly give up to ensure that others could continue to experience the simple miracle of being alive? Chapter 10. Aftermath and Scars. In the hushed stillness that follows catastrophe, when the immediate crisis has passed, but its echoes still reverberate through time and space, we find ourselves contemplating the lasting wounds that even the most successful healing cannot fully erase. Tonight we explore the world that emerged from the great sacrifice, a reality saved from dissolution, but forever marked by the cosmic trauma it had endured, carrying within its very structure the permanent reminders of how close everything had come to eternal silence. The healed Runeterra that emerged from the cosmic surgery bore little resemblance to the world that had existed before the reality storm. While the fundamental laws of physics had been restored to something approaching their original state, the process of salvation had left deep scars that would never fully fade. The very landscape bore witness to the trauma it had endured, marked by geographical anomalies that defied natural explanation and served as permanent monuments to forces that conventional understanding could not encompass. The Howling Marsh, where the city of Carveth had once stood, became a place where the boundary between dimensions remained forever thin. The cosmic surgery had succeeded in preventing total dissolution, but it could not entirely repair the original fracture point where the world runes had first clashed. The marsh existed in a state of perpetual twilight, where echoes of the reality storm still whispered through the mists and travelers occasionally glimpsed scenes from the timelines that had been sacrificed to preserve this one. Across the continent, other scars marked places where the healing process had required particularly dramatic interventions. The Crying Peaks, a mountain range that had not existed before the Rune Wars, rose from the earth like frozen screams of anguish. These mountains were not formed through geological processes, but through the crystallization of grief itself. The collected sorrow of everyone who had died in the great sacrifice given physical form and permanence. The crystal desert stretched across what had once been fertile farmland, its sands composed not of worn stone but of compressed time itself. Each grain contained moments that had been cut away during the cosmic surgery, fragments of experiences and possibilities that had been deemed too damaged to preserve. Travelers who ventured into the desert sometimes reported hearing voices from the past or glimpsing shadows of events that had never quite happened. Rivers throughout Runeterra followed new courses that bore no relationship to the original geography, their paths determined not by topography, but by the flow of magical energies that had been redirected during the healing process. Some of these rivers flowed with water that retained memory, carrying within it the dreams and aspirations of civilizations that had been lost. Others ran with liquid that existed partially in the past, allowing those who drank from them to experience brief glimpses of the world as it had been before the catastrophe. The new geography was just one aspect of the lasting changes that marked the healed world. The very nature of magic itself had been fundamentally altered by the cosmic surgery, transformed from a force that could be studied and mastered through conventional means into something more primal and unpredictable. Mages who attempted to practice the disciplines that had existed before the Rune Wars found their spells producing unexpected results, as if magic itself had developed a form of trauma response that made it resist being channeled through familiar patterns. New forms of magical practice emerged in response to these changes, traditions that worked with the altered nature of arcane energy, rather than trying to impose the old structures upon it. These neo-magical disciplines emphasized intuition over calculation, emotional resonance over intellectual understanding. Practitioners learned to sense the mood of local magical fields and adapt their workings accordingly, rather than expecting consistent results from standardized techniques. The population of the healed world faced challenges that went far beyond adapting to changed geography and altered magic. The Great Sacrifice had erased most memories of the Rune Wars and the Reality Storm, leaving people with subconscious trauma that they could not understand or explain. Entire communities suffered from collective nightmares, featuring cosmic dissolution and reality storms, though they had no conscious memory of ever experiencing such things. Children born in the immediate aftermath of the healing often displayed unusual sensitivities that suggested their souls had been touched by cosmic forces during the gestation process. Some could perceive the emotional resonance of places and objects, feeling the accumulated history of everything they encountered. Others developed empathic abilities that allowed them to sense the hidden wounds carried by the survivors of traumas they could not remember. The most profound change was in humanity's relationship with ambition and power itself. Though conscious memory of the Rune Wars had been erased, something deeper had been burned into the collective unconscious of the species. People found themselves instinctively wary of those who sought ultimate power, and philosophical movements emerged that emphasized humility and restraint over conquest and dominance. This shift in consciousness manifested in the political structures that developed in the healed world. The great empires and kingdoms that had dominated pre-war Runeterra were replaced by smaller, more cooperative communities that emphasized mutual aid over competition. Leaders who displayed too much ambition or spoke of grand designs for reshaping the world found themselves losing support as their followers' instincts warned them away from such dangerous paths. Trade and commerce adapted to serve these new values, with economic systems emerging that prioritize sustainability and community benefit over individual accumulation of wealth. Merchants who tried to establish monopolies or exploit desperate populations discovered that their customers would instinctively seek alternatives, as if some genetic memory warned them of the dangers of allowing too much power to concentrate in any single set of hands. The scholarly institutions that emerged in the healed world reflected humanity's new wariness of unrestricted pursuit of knowledge. While learning and research continued, they were governed by ethical frameworks that had not existed before the Rune Wars. Scholars were required to consider not just what they could learn, but whether they should learn it, and research that might lead to dangerous applications of power was carefully regulated by councils that included representatives from all affected communities. These institutional safeguards were supplemented by changes in human psychology that seemed to operate at an almost genetic level. Researchers who came too close to discovering principles that might be used to threaten large populations often found themselves developing what appeared to be psychosomatic illnesses that prevented them from continuing their work. It was as if humanity's survival instincts had evolved to protect the species from its own capacity for self-destruction. The artistic and cultural expressions of the healed world carried within them echoes of traumas that could not be consciously remembered. Epic poems spoke of heroes who had sacrificed everything to save their people, though the specific details varied from telling to telling, and no historical records supported the existence of such figures. Musical traditions developed that featured harmonies designed to soothe anxieties that listeners could not identify or explain. Visual arts in the post-war world often featured recurring motifs that seemed to reference cosmic themes, spiraling patterns that suggested dimensional rifts, color combinations that evoked reality storms, and architectural elements that appeared to be designed as protection against threats that had no names. Artists who created such works often claimed to be following inspiration that came to them in dreams, though they could never recall the specific content of those dreams upon waking. Religious and spiritual practices evolved to address the collective trauma that existed below the threshold of conscious memory. New faiths emerged that emphasized the fragility of existence and the importance of cherishing each moment of peace and stability. Existing religions developed ritual practices designed to heal wounds that their practitioners could not identify, offering comfort for sorrows that had no apparent source. Perhaps most significantly, these spiritual traditions universally developed strong taboos against the pursuit of ultimate power or cosmic knowledge. Though they could not remember the specific reasons for these prohibitions, religious leaders found themselves compelled to teach that some things were too dangerous for mortals to seek, and that wisdom lay in accepting the limitations of human understanding rather than trying to transcend them. The natural world itself bore scars that revealed the magnitude of what had been endured and overcome. Forests grew in patterns that suggested they were trying to form protective barriers against threats that no longer existed. Animal migration routes followed paths that avoided areas where reality had once been unstable, even though those areas now appeared perfectly normal. Some species developed new instincts that helped them detect and avoid magical anomalies, though such anomalies were far rarer in the healed world than they had been during the reality storm. Weather patterns across Runeterra reflected the cosmic trauma that had been healed but not erased. Storms occasionally developed that seemed to echo the reality tempests of the past, producing lightning that flashed in colors that had no names and rain that fell in patterns that suggested dimensional interference. These echo storms were harmless but unsettling, serving as reminders that the fabric of reality remained fragile despite the successful healing. Seasonal changes became more pronounced and emotionally charged, as if the natural world was trying to process trauma through the cycle of death and rebirth. Winters were deeper and more contemplative, encouraging introspection and remembrance of things that could not quite be recalled. Springs brought a sense of relief and renewal that seemed disproportionate to the mere end of cold weather, as if each return of life represented a victory over extinction that had been hard-won and might not be permanent. The ocean currents and tidal patterns shifted to follow new routes that traced the boundaries of where reality rifts had once threatened to tear the world apart. Sailors learned to navigate by these currents, using the scars left by cosmic healing as landmarks for their journeys. Some coastal communities developed traditions of offering prayers to the sea at places where the water still carried faint echoes of the sacrifice that had preserved their world. Underground, the very rocks and minerals of Runeterra retained traces of the cosmic forces that had once threatened to unmake them. Miners occasionally discovered veins of crystal that contained frozen moments from the time of the reality storm, and smiths learned to work metals that had been fundamentally altered by exposure to world rune energies. These materials could be crafted into items that possessed unusual properties, though their effects were generally subtle and beneficial rather than dramatically powerful. The most enduring scar left by the Rune Wars was the presence of Ryze himself, the wandering mage whose eternal vigil served as a living reminder of the price that had been paid for cosmic stability. Though most people who encountered him had no conscious memory of the catastrophe he had helped to prevent, they instinctively recognized him as someone who carried great sorrow and enormous responsibility. Ryze's presence in the healed world served multiple functions beyond his stated mission of safeguarding the world runes. His appearances in various communities often coincided with moments when local leaders were being tempted by offers of power that might prove dangerous if accepted. His mere presence seemed to trigger the collective unconscious memories of cosmic catastrophe, reminding people at a subliminal level of the importance of choosing wisdom over ambition. The blue-skinned mage became a figure of legend and folklore, though the stories told about him varied wildly from region to region. Some portrayed him as a guardian angel, who appeared to protect communities from supernatural threats. Others depicted him as a wandering scholar, who possessed knowledge too dangerous to share openly. Still others saw him as a tragic figure condemned to eternal solitude as punishment for some cosmic transgression. These varied interpretations of Ryze's nature and purpose reflected humanity's struggle to understand the significance of his presence without access to the memories that would have made his mission comprehensible. People sensed that he was important, that his wandering had meaning beyond mere eccentricity, but they could not consciously recall why his vigilance was necessary. The most perceptive observers recognized that Ryze's eternal journey was itself a form of scar, a permanent wound in the fabric of normal human existence that served as a warning about the consequences of cosmic ambition. His isolation and burden were living proof that some responsibilities were too great for mortal minds to bear, and that the price of preventing ultimate catastrophe might be the sacrifice of everything that made life worth living. As you rest peacefully tonight, surrounded by a reality that seems stable and permanent, perhaps consider the hidden scars that may exist in your own world, the traces of traumas overcome and crises averted that continue to shape the present even when they cannot be consciously remembered. What responsibility do we bear to honor sacrifices that have been forgotten, and how do we remain vigilant against dangers that no longer seem real? Chapter 11. Lessons Forgotten. In the gentle passage of time, when urgent memories fade like morning mist, and yesterday's crisis becomes today's half-remembered myth, we witness humanity's most persistent and dangerous habit, the gradual forgetting of lessons purchased with blood and sacrifice. Tonight, we explore how the wisdom born from cosmic catastrophe slowly eroded across the generations, as new peoples arose who knew nothing of the price that had been paid for their existence, and who began to repeat the very mistakes that had once nearly destroyed everything. The forgetting began innocently, as all such erosions do. The first generation born after the great sacrifice carried within their unconscious minds the weight of collective trauma, instinctively wary of ambitious schemes and suspicious of those who sought ultimate power. They built their societies on principles of restraint and cooperation, creating institutions designed to prevent any individual or group from accumulating the kind of influence that might threaten the stability of the healed world. But their children, born further from the cosmic catastrophe, felt the inherited anxiety less keenly. To them, their parents' caution seemed excessive. Their warnings about the dangers of unchecked ambition appeared to be the product of irrational fears rather than hard-won wisdom. This second generation still maintained most of the safeguards that had been established in the immediate aftermath of the healing, but they began to question whether such extensive precautions were truly necessary. The third generation found their grandparents' stories of cosmic danger to be little more than entertaining folklore. They had grown up in a world that seemed stable and predictable, where magic followed reasonably consistent patterns and political power was safely distributed among competing institutions. The idea that reality itself could be threatened by mortal ambition struck them as the kind of primitive superstition that educated people had moved beyond. This gradual shift in perspective was accelerated by the natural human tendency to seek explanations for the unusual features of their world. The geographical anomalies left by the cosmic healing were reinterpreted as the results of natural disasters or unusual magical phenomena, rather than as scars from a cosmic catastrophe. The Howling Marsh was explained as the site of an ancient volcanic eruption, while the Crystal Desert was attributed to a meteor impact that had occurred in the distant past. The altered nature of magic itself was rationalized through increasingly sophisticated theoretical frameworks that made the unpredictability seem like a natural characteristic rather than a trauma response. Schools of magical study emerged that taught students to work with the changed patterns of arcane energy without ever explaining why those patterns had changed. The new approaches to magic were seen as innovations and improvements, rather than adaptations to damage that had never fully healed. Academic institutions gradually relaxed the ethical constraints that had been placed on research in the immediate aftermath of the healing. Scholars argued that knowledge itself was neutral, and that restricting research based on its potential applications was a form of intellectual cowardice that prevented humanity from reaching its full potential. They pointed to the obvious stability of their world, as evidence that the dangers their predecessors had feared were either exaggerated or had been permanently eliminated. The philosophical movements that had emerged in response to collective trauma evolved into more conventional schools of thought that emphasized personal fulfillment and individual achievement. The early emphasis on humility and restraint was gradually replaced by teachings that celebrated human potential and encouraged people to strive for greatness. While these new philosophies maintained some warnings about the dangers of unchecked ambition, they framed such cautions in terms of personal ethics rather than cosmic necessity. Religious institutions underwent similar transformations as the generations passed. The taboos against seeking ultimate power were gradually reinterpreted as metaphorical teachings about spiritual development rather than literal warnings about magical research. Priests and spiritual leaders began to emphasize the importance of personal growth and self-actualization, viewing the old restrictions as products of fear-based thinking that prevented believers from achieving their divine potential. The artistic and cultural expressions that had carried forward echoes of cosmic trauma slowly lost their connection to their original inspiration. Epic poems about heroes who had sacrificed everything for their people evolved into entertaining adventure stories where brave individuals used great power to defeat obvious villains and achieve happy endings. The subtle warnings embedded in these tales were gradually edited out as storytellers focused on creating more satisfying narratives that celebrated heroism rather than restraint. Musical traditions that had developed to soothe unnamed anxieties were transformed into forms of entertainment that emphasized technical virtuosity and emotional complexity rather than therapeutic healing. The specific harmonies that had been designed to address collective trauma were preserved as classical techniques, but their original purpose was forgotten as composers focused on creating new works that would showcase their individual creativity and skill. Visual arts lost their protective and warning functions as artists began to focus on aesthetic beauty and personal expression rather than spiritual necessity. The recurring motifs that had once served as unconscious reminders of cosmic vulnerability were incorporated into decorative patterns that were valued for their visual appeal rather than their deeper significance. Architecture evolved away from the protective designs that had characterized post-healing construction towards styles that emphasized grandeur and individual achievement. The political structures that had emerged from collective trauma gradually gave way to more conventional forms of government as the perceived need for extreme caution diminished. The cooperative communities that had prioritized mutual aid over competition were replaced by more efficient systems that allowed for greater individual accumulation of wealth and power. Leaders who displayed ambition and vision were once again celebrated rather than viewed with suspicion. Trade and commerce evolved to serve these changing values, with economic systems emerging that rewarded innovation and risk-taking rather than sustainability and community benefit. Merchants who had once been constrained by collective wariness of monopolistic practices found themselves free to pursue aggressive expansion strategies. The instinctive customer resistance to concentration of economic power gradually faded as each generation became more distant from the unconscious memories that had originally created such wariness. The process of forgetting was not uniform across all regions and communities. Some isolated areas retained stronger connections to the original trauma responses, maintaining traditions and practices that seemed increasingly antiquated to their more progressive neighbors. These conservative communities were often dismissed as backward or superstitious by the mainstream society that had embraced the new attitudes toward power and ambition. Scholars from the more advanced regions began to study these traditional communities as examples of primitive thinking that had failed to evolve beyond fear-based social structures. Anthropological research was conducted to understand how such irrational beliefs had developed and persisted, with the implicit assumption that education and exposure to modern ideas would eventually eliminate these outdated perspectives. The irony was not lost on the few individuals who retained some intuitive connection to the original warnings. They watched with growing alarm as their society gradually recreated the conditions that had once led to cosmic catastrophe, but found themselves unable to articulate their concerns in ways that others could understand. Without access to the specific memories of what had happened during the Rune Wars, they could only offer vague warnings about dangers that seemed increasingly hypothetical. These concerned individuals often found themselves marginalized as pessimistic doomsayers who were unable to appreciate the genuine progress that society was making. Their warnings were dismissed as the product of irrational anxiety or psychological dysfunction rather than as legitimate concerns based on inherited wisdom. The very instincts that had once protected humanity from its own ambitions were pathologized as mental health issues that could be treated through therapy or medication. The technological and magical innovations that emerged as the generations passed began to approach levels of power that would have alarmed the survivors of the original catastrophe. Researchers developed new techniques for manipulating fundamental forces, justifying their work by pointing out that their methods were completely different from whatever primitive approaches had caused problems in the distant past. They argued that modern safeguards and scientific understanding made their research completely safe. Magical academies expanded their curricula to include studies of cosmic forces and dimensional manipulation, subjects that had been strictly forbidden in the immediate aftermath of the healing. Students were taught that the old restrictions had been based on superstition rather than genuine danger, and that their generation possessed the knowledge and wisdom necessary to explore such areas safely. Archaeological expeditions began to uncover artifacts and ruins from the pre-war period, including sites that contained references to powerful magical items called world runes. These discoveries were treated as exciting opportunities to understand the advanced magical techniques of ancient civilizations rather than as warnings about forces too dangerous for mortal hands to wield. The few fragmentary records that survived from the time of the reality storm were interpreted as mythological accounts rather than historical documents. Scholars argued that the dramatic events described in these texts were clearly exaggerated versions of more mundane disasters, and that the supposedly cosmic scope of the ancient catastrophe was the product of primitive people's inability to understand natural phenomena through scientific methods. Some researchers even began to theorize that the world runes described in ancient texts might still exist somewhere, hidden away by primitive peoples who had lacked the wisdom to use them properly. Expeditions were mounted to search for these legendary artifacts, driven by the belief that modern civilization would be able to harness their power responsibly where the ancients had failed. The few warnings that managed to penetrate the prevailing optimism were dismissed as the product of misguided caution that prevented humanity from achieving its true potential. Critics of unrestricted research were characterized as enemies of progress who wanted to keep their fellow humans trapped in ignorance and limitation. The idea that there might be knowledge too dangerous to pursue was treated as an obsolete concept that had no place in an enlightened society. Ryze's periodic appearances in various communities became increasingly problematic as the generations passed and conscious memory of his purpose faded. Where his presence had once triggered beneficial caution in those who encountered him, it now often provoked curiosity and investigation. Scholars attempted to study him as an example of advanced magical enhancement, while treasure hunters followed him in hopes that he might lead them to valuable artifacts. The blue-skinned mage found himself forced to become more secretive and elusive as the natural protection provided by collective unconscious memory eroded. People no longer instinctively understood that he was someone to be respected and left alone, but instead saw him as a fascinating mystery to be solved or a potential source of profit to be exploited. The burden of his eternal vigil grew heavier as he watched society slowly but inexorably moving toward the same dangerous paths that had once led to cosmic catastrophe. He began to see signs that individuals and organizations were approaching the level of power and ambition that had characterized the original world rune wielders, but found himself unable to intervene directly without revealing the existence of the artifacts he was sworn to protect. The cycle seemed destined to repeat itself, driven by humanity's fundamental inability to learn from experiences it could not remember. Each generation would rediscover the same dangerous paths, make the same fatal mistakes, and pay the same terrible prices, all because the wisdom purchased through ultimate sacrifice had been allowed to fade from memory. Yet even as the forgetting accelerated and the dangers multiplied, Hope remained in the form of the unconscious protections that had been built into the healed reality itself. The scars left by the great sacrifice continued to influence events in subtle ways, creating obstacles and complications for those who sought ultimate power. The cosmos itself had been changed by the trauma it had endured, developing its own forms of immune response to prevent a recurrence of the same catastrophic patterns. The question that haunted Ryze and the few others who retained some connection to the original warnings was whether these unconscious protections would prove sufficient to prevent another cosmic catastrophe, or whether humanity's determination to forget its most important lessons would eventually overcome even the safeguards that had been purchased with the sacrifice of an entire civilization. As you drift toward peaceful rest tonight, perhaps consider what lessons from your own past might be worth preserving, even when they seem irrelevant to present circumstances. How do we honor the wisdom of those who came before us, especially when that wisdom warns us away from paths that seem appealing and promising? Chapter 12. The Eternal Vigil. In the quiet hours that stretch toward eternity, when one's soul bears the weight of worlds and vigilance becomes both purpose and prison, we conclude our journey through the Rune Wars with the most profound story of all, that of the endless watch that continues still. Tonight, we walk alongside Ryze in his eternal mission, understanding how the burden of preventing cosmic catastrophe has transformed from temporary duty into the defining reality of existence itself, and how hope persists even in the face of humanity's determined forgetfulness. The nature of Ryze's vigil evolved as the centuries passed, and the world around him changed beyond recognition. What had begun as a desperate mission to gather scattered world runes and prevent their misuse had gradually transformed into something far more complex. A multi-dimensional chess game played across timelines and probability matrices, where every move carried consequences that might not manifest for generations. His understanding of the world runes themselves had deepened through centuries of carrying them, exposing him to their whispered memories of creation and destruction. He had come to realize that the artifacts were not simply powerful magical items, but fragments of consciousness from the cosmic intelligence that had shaped the universe itself. They retained awareness of their original purpose and actively sought opportunities to resume their reality-shaping function. This revelation had profound implications for his mission. Simply hiding the world runes was not sufficient to prevent future catastrophes, because the artifacts themselves would gradually influence events to create circumstances where they might be discovered and used. They were patient beyond mortal comprehension, willing to wait centuries or millennia for the right combination of ambition and ignorance to emerge among potential wielders. Ryze's role had therefore evolved from guardian to cosmic surgeon, constantly moving through the world to identify and redirect the subtle influences that the world runes exerted on human civilization. He learned to recognize the signs of their hidden manipulation, the gradual accumulation of power by individuals who show the psychological profiles of potential world rune wielders, the emergence of research projects that might lead to the rediscovery of reality manipulation techniques, and the formation of political movements that promised to remake the world according to utopian visions. His interventions took many forms, each carefully calibrated to address specific threats without revealing the true nature of the danger. Sometimes he would appear as a wandering scholar, offering alternative research directions that would lead ambitious mages away from potentially catastrophic discoveries. Other times he might manifest as a mysterious benefactor, providing resources that would redirect political movements toward more constructive goals. In extreme cases, when the threat was too great to be redirected through subtle influence, Ryze would be forced to take more direct action. These interventions were always costly, both in terms of the magical energy required and the personal toll of making choices that often condemned individuals to failure or exile in order to prevent them from achieving the power that would doom their world. The loneliness of his mission had intensified as the generations passed, and the collective memory of the Rune Wars faded. In the early centuries after the Great Sacrifice, he had occasionally encountered individuals who retained some unconscious awareness of his purpose, people whose dreams were touched by inherited memories of cosmic catastrophe. These encounters had provided brief moments of understanding and connection that helped sustain him through the darkest periods of his vigil. But as the forgetting accelerated and humanity's instinctive wariness of ultimate power eroded, such encounters became increasingly rare. Ryze found himself surrounded by people who could not comprehend the scope of the dangers he worked to prevent, who saw his warnings as the paranoid delusions of someone whose mind had been damaged by exposure to magical forces beyond his understanding. The isolation was compounded by the physical changes that centuries of carrying world rune energies had wrought upon his body and consciousness. His appearance had become increasingly alien to ordinary humans, his blue-tinged skin and glowing eyes marking him as something other than mortal. More profoundly, his perception of time and causality had been fundamentally altered by prolonged exposure to cosmic forces, making normal human interaction difficult when he might respond to statements that his companions had not yet made, or reference events that would not occur for decades. Yet, despite the crushing loneliness and the seemingly impossible nature of his task, Ryze had found ways to adapt and persevere. He had learned to take satisfaction in small victories that no one else would. Did ever know about the ambitious tyrant who died of natural causes before he could begin his conquest? The brilliant researcher who abandoned her reality manipulation studies to focus on healing magic, the fanatical cult that disbanded after a series of seemingly unrelated setbacks. His understanding of human nature had deepened through centuries of observation, allowing him to predict and influence behavior patterns with increasing precision. He had come to appreciate the resilience and creativity that characterized humanity at its best, even as he remained constantly vigilant against the ambition and hubris that represented its greatest weaknesses. The development of magical communication networks in more recent centuries had created both new opportunities and new challenges for his mission. On one hand, the ability to monitor global information flows allowed him to identify potential threats more quickly and respond to developing crises with greater efficiency. On the other hand, the same networks that helped him track dangerous research also enabled the rapid spread of ideas that might inspire others to pursue similar paths. Ryze had adapted to these changing conditions by developing multiple personas and identities that allowed him to operate within different communities without attracting the kind of attention that his true appearance would generate. These false identities required constant maintenance and careful coordination to prevent inconsistencies that might expose his true nature, adding another layer of complexity to an already overwhelming mission. The most challenging aspect of his modern vigilance was the emergence of collaborative research networks that distributed dangerous knowledge across multiple institutions and individuals. The old model of preventing catastrophe by monitoring a few powerful mages or ambitious rulers was no longer sufficient when reality-threatening research might be conducted by teams of scholars who individually possessed only fragments of the necessary knowledge. This distributed threat model required Ryze to develop new intervention strategies that could disrupt collaborative efforts without triggering the kind of investigation that might expose his role in the sabotage. He learned to work through seemingly unrelated events, funding shortfalls that forced the cancellation of key projects, personality conflicts that broke up research teams, and regulatory changes that made certain types of research prohibitively difficult. His growing understanding of probability matrices and timeline manipulation allowed him to engineer these seemingly random setbacks with increasing sophistication. A casual conversation with a government bureaucrat might plant the seed of an idea that would eventually result in new safety regulations that prevented dangerous research. A carefully timed investment in competing research projects might redirect institutional resources away from potentially catastrophic work. The ethical weight of these interventions had become one of the heaviest burdens that Ryze carried. Every choice he made to prevent one catastrophe inevitably created ripple effects that altered the lives of countless innocent people. Researchers whose careers were derailed by his interference might never make the beneficial discoveries they were capable of achieving. Political movements that he disrupted to prevent them from gaining dangerous power might have accomplished significant good if allowed to proceed. The knowledge that his actions were necessary did not diminish the moral complexity of wielding such influence over human civilization. Ryze had been forced to develop a form of ethical framework that operated on cosmic rather than human scales, where the preservation of existence itself took precedence over individual rights or immediate suffering. This perspective was both essential for maintaining his resolve and deeply isolating, as it placed him forever outside the moral community of ordinary humanity. The world runes themselves had become both burden and companion during his endless journey. Their whispered temptations had evolved over the centuries from crude offers of power into sophisticated philosophical arguments about the nature of existence and the responsibilities of those capable of shaping reality. They pointed out the suffering he could eliminate, the problems he could solve, and the utopian future he could create if he simply chose to use their power directly rather than spending eternity preventing others from doing so. These temptations were particularly insidious because they contained elements of truth. Ryze's centuries of observation had shown him exactly what was wrong with human civilization and how it could be improved through the application of sufficient power. The world runes offered him the ability to eliminate war, disease, poverty, and ignorance through direct intervention, creating a perfect world where such problems could never again arise. The counter-argument that kept him on his chosen path was the memory of every previous individual who had been convinced that they possessed the wisdom to use ultimate power responsibly. The world runes showed him what he could accomplish, but his experience with their history reminded him of what inevitably happened to those who tried to accomplish it. The corruption was not a failure of character, but an inevitable consequence of wielding forces that operated beyond the scale of human comprehension. His resistance to these temptations had been strengthened by his growing understanding of the true nature of the original great sacrifice. Through careful study of the cosmic scars left by that final working, he had begun to piece together fragments of what the Alliance leaders had actually accomplished. Their sacrifice had not simply healed the damage caused by the reality storm, but had fundamentally altered the structure of reality itself to make future catastrophes more difficult to achieve. This revelation had provided new hope for his mission while simultaneously making it more complex. The unconscious protections built into the healed reality would eventually learn to adapt to new threats, developing immune responses that could prevent cosmic catastrophes without requiring his direct intervention. But that evolutionary process would take millennia to complete, and humanity's determination to repeat its past mistakes meant that constant vigilance was still necessary to prevent disasters during the adaptation period. Ryze had also discovered that he was not entirely alone in his vigil. The cosmic surgery that had saved reality had scattered fragments of the Alliance leader's consciousness throughout the fabric of existence, creating a network of subtle influences that worked to support his mission. These consciousness fragments could not communicate directly, but they could influence probability and causality in ways that made his work easier and more effective. The recognition of this hidden support network had transformed his understanding of his role from solitary guardian to coordinator of a cosmic immune system that operated across multiple levels of reality. His visible actions were supported by invisible influences that he could sense but not control, creating a form of collaboration that transcended the normal boundaries of individual existence. This deeper purpose had given new meaning to his endless wandering and eternal vigilance. He was not simply preventing the misuse of dangerous artifacts, but serving as the conscious component of a reality-spanning defense mechanism that protected existence itself from the kind of catastrophic mistakes that had once nearly destroyed everything. The knowledge that his mission served a larger purpose did not make it less difficult or lonely, but it provided a framework of meaning that helped him endure the psychological costs of his choices. Every intervention he made, every sacrifice he required of others, every moment of his own suffering contributed to a cosmic working that would eventually eliminate the need for such vigilance entirely. Yet even as he worked toward that distant future, Ryze remained acutely aware that his mission might never truly end. Humanity's capacity for both greatness and catastrophic error seemed to be fundamental aspects of its nature, and the elimination of one source of cosmic danger might simply clear the way for new and different threats to emerge. His vigil might continue not just for centuries or millennia, but for as long as conscious beings existed to make choices that could affect the stability of reality itself. This possibility no longer filled him with despair as it once had. He had come to understand that the vigil itself was a form of meaning that transcended personal happiness or fulfillment. His existence served a purpose larger than any individual life could encompass, and that service had become its own form of satisfaction, even when it could never provide the simple pleasures that other beings took for granted. As we reach the end of our journey through the history of the Rune Wars and their aftermath, we find ourselves in the present moment, where Ryze continues his endless wandering, carrying world runes whose power could reshape reality, but whose use he will never permit. His story has no ending, because vigilance against cosmic catastrophe requires eternal commitment from those capable of providing it. Somewhere in the world tonight, the blue-skinned mage walks his lonely path, watching for signs of the ambition and hubris that could once again threaten everything that exists. His sacrifice ensures that others can sleep peacefully in ignorance of dangers they cannot imagine, protected by a guardian whose dedication transcends mortal understanding. The Rune Wars taught us that ultimate power inevitably corrupts those who wield it, but they also showed us that such power can be safely contained by those willing to sacrifice everything for the protection of others. In Ryze's eternal vigil, we find the most profound expression of love possible, the willingness to bear any burden, endure any loneliness, and make any sacrifice to ensure that others can continue to exist in a universe that remains stable and secure. As you settle into peaceful rest tonight, perhaps take a moment to appreciate the simple miracle of existing in a reality where cause follows effect, where the laws of physics remain constant, and where tomorrow will arrive as an extension of today, rather than as a completely new configuration of possibility. Someone, somewhere, continues to watch over these things that we take for granted, ensuring that the cosmic order we depend upon remains intact, despite our species' dangerous tendency to reach for power beyond our wisdom to use. What quiet heroism might you be capable of in service of protecting things that others might never know were threatened? And how do we honor the guardians who sacrifice their own happiness to preserve ours, even when we cannot see or understand the nature of their service?